Vai il microfono, Marta. Mi senti, Marta? Marta. Non mi senti? Non ci posso credere. Non mi senti? Mi senti? Ah, ottimo. Spengo.
Hello? Okay. So please take a seat because we are about to start. Okay. So, pronto? No, fa l'eco. Okay, so welcome to this 2-day long international seminar on artistic research. We first have some institutional... C'è un eco, ragazzi. Okay, so we have connected on Zoom Michele Mazzola, who is Executive Officer of Office 3, Internalization and Research, Directorate General of Internationalization and Communication, Ministry of the University and Research, who will briefly introduce the funding scheme that this project is part of. Maybe tell us something.
Good morning, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, sorry. I can't understand if you can hear me well or not. Sorry, I can hear you. It's it's okay. I can start.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry very much. I can have a feedback from your side. Thank you. Let me start. I highlight that transdisciplinarity and internalization are two elements that go hand in hand. I'd also add that they are key factors in enabling our higher education and research system to continue improving. I started with this because it is very important to valorize the term that you use for your conference, transdisciplinarity. I would like to thank the organizer and apologize for not being able to be there in person with you. I take this opportunity to congratulate you on the work you are doing and to emphasize that the ministry intends to strengthen the internalization of our system by creating the condition to foster collaboration with foreign institutions and fund its various projects. The National Recovery and Resilience Plan, as you know, represents a strategic opportunity to enhance the internalization dimension of Italy's higher education and research system. Through targeted investment, the NRRP aims to strengthen cooperation between Italian institutions and foreign partners, encouraging the mobility of students, faculty, and the researchers, as well as the creation of joint academic programs and internalization academic networks. In the field, in particular, in the field of higher artistic and musical education, we have founded a project worth approximately more or less 87 million euros, a very important investment for our system. and we have allocated to 30 strategic initiatives to enhance the international dimension of our higher education institution, especially in art, music, and dance, and so on. The objective of the call include fostering cooperation between Italian and foreign institutions, promoting and enhancing Italy's cultural heritage, and developing international academic networks. The founded project covered a wide range of interdisciplinarities fields. I highlight another times interdisciplinarities as transdisciplinarity, including design and applied arts, visual arts, art and technologies, film, audiovisuals, theater, acting, dance, performing art, and all the different products for our system. The institution involved is here, like academies of fine arts, private and public AFAM institution, music conservatories, and other kind of universities like research institute and so on. These projects have a strong international focus with significant collaboration across Europe, Asia, and Africa. It's very important in this moment for Italy, the cooperation with the African countries, as you know, with implementing the Mattei Plan promoted by our government. Especially 6 projects involved in China with a total investment of 23.6 million euros, while 5 projects focused on African countries, in particular in Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia. Let me conclude that the AFAM call that we propose with NRRP represents a significant step towards internalizing Italia's higher education, artistic and music education system. I know it's a very hard work, but it's a very important work for our system. Thanks to the support of the NRRP, our institution can strengthen their presence in international cultural securities, promote collaboration with foreign institutions, and increase the global recognition of Italian culture. Thank you very much again for your work and for improvement in this work. Thank you.
Okay, so we now have the director of Brera Academy of Fine Arts, Franco Marro.
Il dottor Mazzola, mi dispiace, no, ma non... Sì, ma tanto non è così importante la mia presenza. Io intanto volevo ringraziare tutti voi per questo appuntamento importantissimo, che è uno dei punti un po', come dire, diciamo caldi, anche difficoltosi. Proprio con il dottor Mazzola abbiamo cercato di risolvere più volte qualche problemuccio. Mi sembra che le cose stanno andando molto bene. Vi ringrazio e ringrazio Nicoletta che è qui, che ha fatto un lavoro incredibile, straordinario, e la professoressa Quaranta che è delegata alla ricerca in questa accademia. Buongiorno a tutti e buon lavoro.
Thank you very much for being here. Martina Corniati, on behalf of the direction of this academy, I'm proud to welcome all of you in Brera. We are one of the hub. I would like to use this word of the artist research in Italy. I think this is a precious, unique opportunity to share our attempts, to share our research, to share our projects with you, to cooperate and to go on in finding the basis for the artist research. What is it? We are working on it. We have been working on it for years through projects, through PNR projects, through PRIN, research project of national interest, through the fact that we for a few months now, we are having a PhD program, two actually PhD programs in Brera with Nicoletta Leonardi and I. We are member of the college of a doctorate project called Technique and Research about Cultural Heritage. So one of the main focus of our Ministry of University regarding the PhD course now. And there is another doctorate course now in Brera working on archives and contemporary art. So investing so much in the field of artistic research, of contemporary research, of the trends, of the relationships between theoretical courses, which are very important for us also, not only design, technique, visual art, but also theory of arts, theory of cultural heritage, and also practical issues. I think this is a precious opportunity for us all to work with you together in this two-day seminar. I want to thank Nicoletta Leonardi for IartNET project and for having us or guesting this very important recurrence in Brera. And also Domenico Quaranta will be the chairman of this Congress, Giovanna Cassese, the ministry, the CNAM, all the institutions in Italy collaborating in this opportunity. I hope academies and the system of AFAM research will get out of this occasion a bit different, a bit more mature and ready for the next challenges waiting for us in the next month. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Martina. I had introductory speech that was basically just acknowledgements, but since we are running out of time, maybe I'll do it in at another moment. And so I will just introduce Giovanna Cassese, who is our first keynote. And Giovanna Cassese is a PhD at the University of Naples. She is president of the National Council of Higher Arts and Music Education under the Ministry of University and Research. She's a prolific author. She has published extensively on art history, art collecting, design, history, and cultural heritage conservation, including two very important works on cultural heritage at Italian art and music institutions, Patrimoni da svelare per le arti del futuro, published in 2015, and Accademia Patrimoni di Belle Arti, published in 2016. Cassese is a professor of art history at Naples Academy of Fine Arts, where she served as director from 2007 to 2014, and where she's currently Dean of the School of Conservation, as well as curator of the Plaster Casts Gallery. Between 2015 and 2021, Cassese represented the Italian higher arts education institutions within the Technical Committee for Conservation Schools, co-funded by the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of University and Research. And until 2023, she was president of FAENSA's School of Industrial Arts and also president of the Conference of Italian School of Industrial Arts. Currently, she's chair of the Technical Committee for Conservation Schools, as well as of the Technical Committee for the Preservation and Valorization of Cultural Heritage at Italian Higher Arts Education Institutions, jointly established again by the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of University and Research. And she has had a crucial role in the establishment of PhDs in higher arts education in Italy. And she has a crucial role in general in the transformation of our sector that is currently undergoing. She's head of the PhD program in conservation, restoration, and enhancement of cultural heritage at Naples University of the Arts. And today, she's going to deliver a very provocative talk entitled The Paradox of Artistic Research. Giovanna, the floor is yours. Devi usare questo. Dovrebbe funzionare.
Good morning to everyone. I am very happy to stay with you today here in Brera. It is a very important, the biggest academy of fine art in Italy, and one of the most important in the world. And I am very happy, and thank you so much for this presentation to Nicoletta, my friend. Too much things in my life, so I am very old, but I am sure that we now are living in a very important moment for this academies, Conservatory, Institute of Design, Academy of Dance, and Academy of Theatre, AFAM. We now call AFAM. I teach science 35 years, and I don't. I think that this moment is important to finish the reform, and I think that the paradox of research is that the true paradox in Italy is recognized in the world for arts and design, is the nation per excellence for arts and design. All the world recognizes Italy for this, but research in Italy still is not acknowledged yet. This year is very important. I would like to say thank you to Academy of Brera for this Congress so important. Thank you to the director and to Nicoletta, to Professor Quaranta, or to the colleagues, and almost to the students that choose this academy and the academy in Italy to study for their future, and to choose arts and design, music and dance, theater, and everything for their life. I would like to start from article from our Constitution, because the Republic, we have to remember always what the Constitution is very important. We have to remember that the development of the culture and scientific and technical research and the protection of the landscape and historical and artistic heritage of the nation are really related. And research, culture, and artistic heritage are really related. So we are in Academy of Fine Arts, and related with the research is always the same. And I would like to start also with the words of President Mattarella in the speech that he made the day, I think was the 3rd of February, when he started the second time his work as president, and he say, Italy is, by the definition, the country of beauty, arts, and culture. This is how the rest of the world view us, rightly so. Culture is not superfluous. I think that the politics has to read every day this. It is a fundamental element in Italian identity. Let us ensure that this heritage of ingenuity and achievement to be preserved and supported becomes even more as a resource capable of generating knowledge, moral growth, and economic development. But the most important things for us, for our students, this is particularly important for young people who see universities publishing arts, theater, music, and cinema and professional destination aligned with their aspiration. So the president, he think I would like to write a letter to him, because he thinks that the most important things for arts are the new generation, and also we think the same. And now we speak a little bit of research in art, and I think that research is research. Research is always a leap into the unknown. If it is true to research in the field of arts, it is more so. It is an effort to go beyond a vision, a prefiguration of future, a design, and at times an intuition. In any case, research in any field can also, for his failure, it is a must push beyond the known, exceed the boundaries, cross the pillars of Hercules, and change limits. We know, we love research, but we know that sometimes we lose a lot of time. We spend a lot of time when we make research. But I think that this is the beauty of research. We stay days and days, and we read and we study, and we have to understand, or we work a lot of days, and then when we at the final we succeed. The arts in the era of complexity, far from being simplistically tied to beauty or aesthetic concept, art serves as an exceptional critical lens to examine the contemporary world, particularly through the lens of contemporary humanities, I think. Today, it is essential to deepen the speculative dimension of artistic practice concerning research, moving beyond the traditional modern scientific methods to embrace imagination and creativity. Art can uniquely address two complex themes such as the environment, sustainability, technology, human condition. So to speak of artistic research is limitative. Art has always been and remains a great space of freedom, a unique opportunity to generate new ideas, new world views, and provoke a deep debate on social, ethical, and aesthetic dynamics. In today's era of complexity, expanded art, and fluid society, the phenomena is even more evident. Art engages every field and knowledge in a transversal and transdisciplinary manner. For me, research is research. We cannot speak of artistic research as if it were a restricted field. That would be a paradox. We must speak of research in its broadest sense. The artists in their entirety have a unique potential to address and interpret the complexity of a contemporary world. Art has full legitimacy as a flexible and innovative discipline, capable to embracing divergent and syncretic thinking. Through cross-disciplinary contamination and dialogue with other fields, as well as through the experimental use of both traditional and new technologies, including AI and artificial intelligence, artistic research, open new expressive possibilities, exploring uncharted territories, offering a critical vision that highlights ethical and social implications, particularly in the digital interconnected world. We know that there is a specificity of research in the arts, and we know that research does not adhere to the rigid empirical verification of the scientific and peer review criteria of science, and it possesses a unique potential to generate a new perspective and challenges through its creative and subjective approach. It has been demonstrated that the interaction between art and science fosters more advanced form of creativity. Artistic crossword methods and the aesthetic dimension also contribute to psychological well-being. Also, we know a lot of things about this. And we know that the artistic research is an identity heritage of higher artistic and musical education. Artistic research is always existed. The history of arts that I teach, history of art itself would not exist if we did not recognize the value of innovation, experimentation, and research from antiquity to today. Examples are countless, from Fidia, Giotto, Masaccio, Leonardo, Caravaggio. We are here. Michelangelo, Borromini, Goya, Monet, Kiefer, Kentridge. We know doesn't exist art without research, but this is too simple. Indubitably, research in the arts is an invaluable identity heritage that should be understood within the framework of Faro Convention. I think that Constitution and the words of Mattarella and the Faro Convention is the framework of my speech. The AFAM institution, academy, conservatory, ETCs are research communities that play a crucial role in ensuring better, fairer society and a different world. Research for us, for professors, for students, for every one of us, is a right and a duty. And we know, but I speak, a lot of people know me because I am a little bit old in the system. I speak of clandestine research because the system doesn't recognize research for us as professor is terrible. And we always make research. Academies, conservatories, ISIA are globally recognized as the archetype of artistic education in the world. The academy and the conservatory were born in Italy. They were established for research, production, preservation, and enhancement of heritage. Not like school or university, like cultural institution. This institution has always conducted research, yet the real issues in its recognized evaluation, communication, and enhancement. For years, I've spoken and written about clandestine research. In Italy, in academies, conservatories, research has always been carried out. Why? Because people, professor, student, they have a very big passion, a very big quality, and very big passion. And the issue is obtaining knowledge, assessment, and visibility. Frankly, and this is important, I am not interested in defending artistic research too narrow, because for me, research is research. And there is a very vast range of research possibility in the AFAM. For centuries, research has been conducted in Italian academy, practice-based and theoretical. La vice direttrice said before, theoretical, I would like to speak just a moment about theoretical research in our academies. We make a big congress about history of art and theoretical historical of art in the Academies of Fine Art. Because there is a particularly quality about theory, the importance about the theory and the history of art in the Academies of Fine Art are disciplines that are really important, a little bit different if we compare with university, are different, completely, not completely, but different. It's not today to speak about this, but the research in the academy and in the conservatory in the SIA is not only practice-based, it's restrictivity. A practice-based is not a good words to speak, because also practice-based is theoretical-based, I think. So, very important was the reform of the system. in 1999, now are 25, oh no, like 26 years. And they say research and related production, Article 2. Because research in arts and in theory of arts is production, research and related production, but research in arts is always related production, because this is the problem. Understand the related production, otherwise what we made? What made Michelangelo? Production, that is research. And innovation would not exist without experimentation, the research in arts and design. However, in Italy, this has not been fully recognized until now. Artistic research existed within academies, generating artistic products across various disciplines, covering a vast spectrum of possibility. Research plays a crucial role in academies, not only for archival and historical artistic studies, but also for study and professionalization, innovation in arts and design. Students have the opportunity to participate actively in the creative and conservation process. We think about the restoration school. Brera has got a restoration school, that, but there are 9 restoration schools in Italy that are very important. Academy of Fine Art represents an innovative model of cultural and artistic education, merging research, conservation, and teaching. Many experiments also involve new technology, diagnostic, chemistry, physics, mathematics. In design school, a lot of mathematics and physics, artificial intelligence. So the problem is political and cultural. The problem for us is a battle, the political. The real issue is cultural. The real issue is cultural and political. Due its transdisciplinary nature of varietal artistic research has always struggled to gain recognition. This debate is particularly relevant in Italy, where prejudice related to hierarchy of knowledge have caused academies to experience significant setbacks through the 20th century. The reform, which aimed to fully integrate academies into the university system, has not yet fully implemented. 25 years. We must break down the arrogant barrier between artists and craftsmen, said Walter Gropius. But we stay always in this problem, university and AFAM. Artistic research has gone through and is still experiencing a difficult path toward the recognition of its academic autonomy, proposing a deep reflection on what it means to conduct research in the arts, and emphasizing the importance on acknowledging its methodological autonomy and epistemic value. This is a major political and cultural issue which has gained importance in recent years. Are 5 years, the 2025. The National Council, which I am the president, has been carrying out important work. In recent years, we have seen a great acceleration of the field. In the arts and design, the issue of research is closely connected to production, I saw, which foresee this is in advance. However, its implementation has been slow, 25 anni have passed, and only now we are seeing the reform finally reaching its conclusion. This correlation between research and practice is one of the essential characteristics of artistic research, but paradoxically, it has also been a major vulnerability, as the practical aspect reinforces the hierarchy of knowledge, which has historically placed the arts is in a subordinate position. Research in art and knowledge valorization. AFAM institution 105 and 145 in total form a true network of knowledge spread across Italy, north, south, east, ovest. Within AFAM, there is a strong connection with what is now is the third mission, or now we call knowledge of valorization, which has been intrinsically linked to AFAM institution, science their foundation, connection with the territory, with the town, with the city. This institution have always played a key role in shaping the history, the destiny of the community, the territory, the city, the history of the architecture, the monument. So there are numerous types of research in AFAM, including also historical, archival, bibliographic, aesthetical, anthropological, pedagogical, musicological studies in our institution. Is impossible to speak in our institution only about practice-based. Moreover, the heritage within this institution serves as a living material for teaching and research. All these things, a very, very big heritage. For instance, accredited restoration schools and professional restorers for Ministry of Culture, ensuring the protection and enhancement of invaluable cultural assets, such as painting, plaster cast, prints, drawings, photography, books, ancient and contemporary works. In the field of design, many research projects focus on innovative and sustainable materials, often conducted in collaboration within university, major companies, CNRR, ENEA, New Technology, Energy and Sustainable Economic Development. All these activities demonstrate the integration between research, teaching and artistic practice, offering students and learning experience and opening new frontiers of knowledge. We are living an epochal moment, a turning point for research recognition. Now I want to talk about the great work that we are carrying out, that we are now we are making in the CNAM, and 2024 is a historic turning point for AFAM as it finally achieves full recognition for alignment with the university system as envisioned by the reform. In 2020, for the first time, AFAM institutions were allowed to participate in PRIN, National Research Project. A lot of ours, not a lot, few, and I speak and I explain because are few. Few institutions, they win PRIN. There is a very big reason because few institutions they win PRIN. Because we don't have in the committee that evaluation the PRIN professor that came from AFAM. There aren't persons that can evaluate our system. The people don't know what we do in our institution, so they don't understand what we, but not people that stay in the street. They don't know the historian of art that don't work in the Academy of Fine Art. They don't know what we do. When we speak with the people that stay in the Ministry of Culture, when we speak with other people that don't stay in the Academy of Fine Art, but in the university, they don't understand what we do. They don't know. When they enter in our institution, they say, when Nicoletta organized the Congress about the big heritage of photography in the Academy of Fine Art, my speech here in Brera, I said the battle, the meraviglia or della battaglia, because all the people say, when they enter here on the other institution, when I was in France, came from ministry, one of the most important of the ministry, and they say, but I can believe that this institution is, and everyone that enter in our institution, they say, And when they hear a concert in the Conservatory of Art, they say, in the Conservatory of Music, it's impossible that they don't know that all these people play, paint, sculpture, the restoration. This is always the same. So in 2022, AFAM institutions were admitted in basic research project, and this first thing was a group of person, 5. We were 5 persons. I was the only woman. We worked with the ministry Manfredi that started. I wrote a letter. I remember very well this moment because they didn't admit to print, and was a moment very, very hard. And then with the fact they admitted AFAM in print. Then admitted in 2022 to based research, and then now in 2024, two very important decree, presidential decree, 22 and 23, that we worked a lot as a CNAM, the regulation for the new educational ordinance of AFAM institution. Regulation established the figure of a researcher, because we have only the professor, not the researcher, and the new qualification for became professor with abilitazione artistica nazionale, as well as the university. So to become professor for the new generation is important, not only to teach and to teach well, because a lot of people that enter in our institution is very good, were very good, but also to have a good experience in research. So it's very important to judge for the committee the research career and the didactic career, as well the university professor. And this is a very important change. As well, the new important change was the decreto ministeriale DM 470 for the PhD program. We have to think that in the university, I made the first PhD program, the fifth, il quinto, the fifth, was the first in the South Italy, Federico II for History of Art. Now is the 40 for university, the 40, and now the first for AFAM. 40 university, first for AFAM. And 2 years, very strong work for this DM. Is quite analog to the DM of university, but there are some difference, very important. One, I am very proud. Well, there is Article 9, this difference that we have not only PhD for in industry, but also with the museum, theater, for enhancement and valorization and conservation and production artistic. So we can make the PhD also with the theater, museum, foundation, and so for us is very, very important, because it's identity of AFAM. And so it's important to have the PhD, because now we have the third cycle like university, and it's like university, the future generation of a professor, they have to teach and also have to made research. So we hope now that the next year we will have the money for the 41 cycle of the AFAM, because the money for the PhD were money from PNRR. Now PNRR finish. So my first battle, the battle of CNAM, the battle of everyone, the battle of every, also of every institution, is that we have money for the next cycle of PhD, because otherwise I think it's very, very, but I am for the political of sunrise. I think that we will try to find this money, because the ministry is, she like very much AFAM. She has got a lot of important things. I thank you her, because she likes very much AFAM, and I think that we have I think that we will finish the reform. So there are 62 programs. I read all the project, and if you read all the project of the PhD, you can understand what really the research is so various, so transdisciplinary, so incredible. It's incredible. Also Hamburg, and the president, and also Professor Maniaci, that I thank you, they say, it's unbelievable what the people, yeah, always unbelievable, always, oh, maravilloso. What you can do when you think so, and we can say a lot of different ideas, and I am really sure that in 3 years, in 4 years, we can see really results incredible. So the effort has been driven by the passion, competence, and of a professor, that we worked also all the August, all the months of August, we people that phoned 9 of August, 20 of August, in December, the platform Cineca closed at 2 o'clock, 6th of December, Director General. Was a really great effort to finish the 62 program of PhD. There are 2 PhD program di interesse nazionale, cioè very big program. I think 12 or something like that, with the associate institution between conservatory academies, and also there are I think Brera is alone, so there are 62 projects different there are. So there is a new DM that we worked a lot. This DM is the 128 with the new disciplinary sectors, because we have to start with artistic, with the new form to reclutamento for the professor, and change everything, new disciplinary sectors and profile for the professor that enter in the system. And we don't have a few sectors separates for academies, for conservatory, but there are sectors for alta formazione artistica, for AFAM. Was a very, very big work that changed a lot the system. Now is a moment really complex also for me and for the CNAM, because there is the possibility, and I think is a good possibility for professor that can change from a sector to another. Was a very big problem. And we say this. And we say also the very different I think in few years we have to change not only the sectors and the profile, but we have to change now. I hope, and I wrote that we have to change also the ordinamenti of the first and second level, because are old. We have to change everything. We change the sectors. We are now to change the programs. Yes, the programs. Yes, the programs, because are very old. We have to change. We have to make this effort in this moment, and we have to change because we need a new organization, because in this sector, art and design, everything change continuously, and we have to change also the. But if much is done, much still remains to be done. The current activation of PhD programs, the acceleration towards the recognition of artistic research, can only yield excellent results in the broader field of Italian research, but if much has been done, much still remains to be done. Funding the human research must be secured for institutions, and the cultural battle must be won for full equivalence. Now that PNR funds have been ended, the MUR must ensure stable funding so that after the 40 cycles, subsequent once continue to a stable manner. Is really necessary human and financial resource, as well as an expansion of staffing level. Even though the position of research has been officially, we have the position of researcher, but we don't have researcher in the institution because there aren't money for researchers. So essential, we as CNAM, we ask that there are a new possibility to have an expanding of the staff in the institution, to have not that we close position of full professor, but we have the real condition and more resource to open place for researcher. Other things really important. Evaluation. CNAM requests that the regulation of governance be issued, and above all, the regulation for planning and evaluation of the system. Science evaluation of research is absolutely essential and indispensable, especially now for the PhD program, because PhD has got evaluation during the PhD and finally. For 2 years, CNAM has been calling for a major recognition of evaluation units, cioè nuclei di valutazione, which already play a crucial role in the internal evaluation of artistic research. Now, the evaluation units, cioè nuclei di valutazione, including also the evaluation of a PhD program, and sometimes the nuclei di valutazione, the evaluation units, not are prepared to do it. It necessary to modify the reprise regulation because doesn't include person from AFAM. They has to include the AFAM sector to ensure fair peer evaluation. For the peer review, as impossible. Our sector is poorly understood. Regulatory models must be built to enhance, to specify our sector. Also, Nicoletta said before, since July 10th of July 2023, with the decree of the Secretary General, there is a a table, a work with CNAM Hamburg for the evaluation of the quality of research, because the first thing is to have a list of the product of research, because it's very easy to evaluation the product of history of art, of theory of art, of aesthetics, because it's a monography, the article in, but, and also for history of for contemporary art, it's quite difficult because is a complex discourse that we cannot today, but anyway, because the is anyway, we worked more than 1 year, and we made an important work, and we with the CNAM we made a list for every field in music, theater, design, art, restoration, dance, to generate a list of product. What is research for painting, sculpture, music, all the kind of music, theater, dance. So I hope in June we will present this list of product of research, because it's also very difficult to separate the product of research, the product of production, or product of third mission or evaluation of già pieno, scusa. If anyone is interested in this, I have this list. We worked a lot. We made this list. Very big work. And for theoretical discipline, aesthetics, history of art, see, there is the VQR, the evaluation, the product of VQR at the university, but we change some things because there are fields specific for our discipline in AFAM. But for the practice-based, or the discipline of music, of design, of art, is very important to have the first list of product of research, and also to specify what is research. It is important now that we open the PhD and to understand what is a PhD in art in this moment, because the DM 470/4070, we say that the final work is not a thesis, is a work, an artistic work. If is a work in art, but also there is a part that is written. And now a lot of time I went to the director of research to say, please, we have to stay in the print, we have to enter in the banca dati of login Moore. Ah, yes, yes. You have to say all the professor of academy and conservatory, they have to enter in the banca dati. There aren't a problem. There aren't problem. I say, please, we have to enter in the banca dati. Last month I was there. There was also Professor Mancini, that is the president of the committee of Reprise. And when we enter in the banca dati, login Moore, there is a moment we say, in which institution you are? There is 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't go ahead because there aren't the institution of AFAM. If they don't change Cineca, So I wrote another letter. We can't enter. It's impossible that we enter because they don't put professor of AFAM, Academy of Fine Art, Conservatory of Music, is here. So it's a battle that we have today, every day, we have to make this kind. But don't worry, I am here. Don't worry, I am here. Another thing very important, this is my field. We have a protocol, a memorandum between Moore and Mick. For me, it's really important to enhance the material and immaterial heritage of higher artistic education institution, because material, we say material, paintings, sculpture, and everything, photography, but immaterial is the first things. And we have activated between the Ministry of University and Research this memorandum for the salvaguarding and enhancement of AFAM heritage, material and immaterial, for its young talents, for the young talents, because I think that AFAM has to collaborate with a lot of other ministries. The first is MIC, but also others, chiaramente Esteri and others. We hope this initiative will yield excellent result, precisely in the speed of Faro Convention. The working group is coordinated by me. In fact, but there are 15 persons inside. We hope that they make in fact, the goal in the enhance creativity, knowledge, and academies, great research communities, and which the aim of passing our heritage to the future. Thus, heritage must once again become a true laboratory, physically and ideally, serving as a space for cross-disciplinary knowledge, research, experimentation. As privileged for an artistic creation, which is always the higher synthesis of two and action. Museum, plaster cast collection, photos, archives, libraries, historical archives should function as academies of thought, space for education in arts, for new generation of artists and cultural professionals. They should serve as complex workshop of knowledge, sites of cultural heritage and civilization building, aimed at recovering history and archetypes as tools for artistic training, ensuring lasting artistic memory, and providing a representative stimulus for creativity, because only beauty will save the world. The underlying principle is that our institutions for artistic education are also essential to museum and cultural institutions within MIC, in a dynamic and more modern conception of cultural heritage, where young creativity brings new energy and suggests new paths. I am sure that we are really necessary for museum, because museum is too old in Italy. This approach also fosters awareness of the importance of passing down cultural heritage to future generations as an irreplaceable identity asset. So need for communication. This is a problem. We don't communicate well what we do in our institution. I was the first director in the Academy of Fine Art a lot of years ago to have an official stamp, because the press office, because I think it's really, really important to communicate it, to stay as institution integrated in the system of art, because we have to stay in the Biennale, in everywhere, because we have to participate to fair, to the exposition. From the doctoral research, new and groundbreaking ideas will emerge, and we will see the result in the coming years. Communication must be improved. We have to make networking. We are not fully communicating. We have to be more and more networking. University be a lot of networking. It is a system that often implodes instead of exploding, and it is self-referential, which is why it is poorly understood. The future, just do and finish. CNAM will carry forward a policy of alignment and equal dignity with the university system, ensuring full recognizing of research, know-how, and identity of higher artistic education. Institutions are research and knowledge communities. We are community of research and knowledge, open to the dialogue in accordance with Article 9 of the Constitution and Faro Convention. I say to my students, you have to know Faro Convention memories. With President Mattarella, our commitment and hope is to entrust young people, students, with the mission of enhancing Italian identity and this DNA, which is rooted in artistic research. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Giovanna, for this extensive presentation. And I think this is extremely useful, both for us in Italy. Many people working within our institutions are poorly aware of what's going on and should be more informed about the situation in order to take action. And also, I think it's very important for our foreign guests here today that they know what's going on in Italy, the reforms, the transformations that Giovanna is, contributing to, strongly contributing to, with fighting for, with a lot of energy and passion and generosity. And this is because we are here to discuss, to open dialogues about artistic research, but also to build possible future collaborations, such as joint degree programs or other types of international collaboration. So I took the liberty of postponing my introduction because I wanted to make sure Giovanna would have had enough time, because sometimes she goes long. So sit down, please. You don't need to go now. So I wanted to say, first of all, welcome all to be here with us. Welcome to the people on site and online. This is the launch event of our project, funded by the Recovery and Resilience Fund, the European Recovery and Resilience Fund. And our project is entitled, as you all know by now, IartNET, an international platform for artistic research and cultural heritage. So as you see from the title, we have two aims. One is to do work on artistic research. The other aim is also to work on cultural heritage and link the two. As Giovanna said, we have inside art academies the energies to activate cultural heritage, and this is a very in a very peculiar manner, and this is a very strong asset here at this type of institutions. So the project has three basic deliverables: the production of an interoperable database and a web portal in English, presenting both artistic research and cultural heritage; the creation of an international network of higher arts education institutions with the aim of developing joint degrees project, as I said before, on both current artistic research and cultural heritage; with the aim of promoting also data sharing, which is going to happen through the database. And also, we would like to create an international hub for artistic research, providing a much needed space for the establishment in Italy of a research community, a community of experts that will have a role in this transformation that Giovanna talked to you about, in the validation of artistic research, for instance, which is a big point that she discussed. So we are here. This is a conference where people invited come from European institutions, but it's not another Eurocentric Eurocentric event. There is a reason for this, and the reason is that we're seeking collaborations with European peer institutions, and this is very, very important for us. I just wanted to. I thought it was important to point this. And so the people who have been invited to speak are all coming from institutions that are in Europe. Some of them, we have already started a dialogue, for instance, with Paris Sergi, which is represented by Akram Zatari, who is going to speak on Zoom from Lebanon. And now I wanted to just, before asking questions to Giovanna, I hope she's going to make her slides available for our guests. I think Johan took notes all the time, but you're going to have the slides. And so I wanted to just move on to some acknowledgements. Of course, I want to thank the students and faculty and researchers and of course, artists attending. The interest this seminar has sparkled is a clear sign that we're moving in the right direction, responding to a very real and current need for an international dialogue on artistic research. I am very grateful to the speakers who accepted our invitation, and I want to express my gratitude to Domenico Quaranta, who is the curator of today's seminar, along with my colleagues Fabio Iannotta, Lorella Scacco, Eva Prapiccini, and all the other amazing faculty at Brera involved in the project: Lucrezia Cipitelli, Anna Mariani, Ilaria Mariotti, Chiara Nenci, Marco Negroni, Chiara Parandri, I want to name them all, Chiara Parandri, Rosanna Ruscio. My gratitude also goes to the people who work in administration, who are very, very important in this big project: the library, the historical collections, the IT office, the photo video equipment office. So Giuseppe Avino, Mirella Bett, Bruno Aliprandi, Simone Cozzarolo, Raffaella Puccia, Emanuele Sacchini, Edoardo Sala, Elisabetta Socca, Marco Salluzzi, Luca Tenaglia. I would like to thank all the partner institutions in Italy and the scientific coordinators of the partner institutions, Leonella Grasso Caprioli, who is going to be one of the speakers today from Conservatorio di Brescia, and also Umberto Bellodi from the Academy of Teatro alla Scala, Giampiero Vincenzo from Catania, the Academy of Fine Arts Catania. At the Academy of Rome, we don't yet have a scientific coordinator, so we're a little bit in trouble there, I have to say it publicly. And I also want to thank Carlo Sassetti from the Accademia di Belle Arti di Carrara and the University of Milan, the Department of Informatics, with Luca Andrea Ludovico. Of course, my gratitude goes to the governance members of my institutions: Director Franco Marrocco, Martina Corniati, Head of Research, Anna Mariani, Head of Internationalization and Curator of Brera's Historical Collections, as well as our Administrative Director, Cristina Calò. I'm grateful for the trust that has been given to me and for the support. I also want to thank former Director of Brera, Giovanni Iovane, who is right there, who first initiated this project with a great amount of courage and perhaps a bit of healthy unawareness, because, I mean, it's a lot of work and we have a lot of problems, but I am extremely grateful to him. And of course, a special mention goes to my team, Allegra Baggio Corradi, assistant to the project scientific coordinator, which is me, Greta Pleitano, Gloria Boero, Federica Iannuzzi, Miriam Ferrara, and Marta Rizzato, who were working with me on the historical photo archive collections at Brera and beyond, as well as all the doctoral students involved and the collaborators who are going to start very soon. And then my deepest gratitude goes to two women. One is Antonia Iurlaro, in charge of Brera's research office, without whom this project would simply not exist. And the other woman is, of course, Giovanna Cassese, who is greatly contributing to shaping a better future for arts education institutions in Italy with a huge amount of energy and generosity. And she is, in fact, a consultant within this project. She's she oversees the interinstitutional committee for cultural heritage in this project, and not only that. So this is it, and I wanted to know if someone has questions for Giovanna. Please.
Thank you. My name is Johan Harberg. I am the Executive Officer for the Society of Artistic Research. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll try again. Can you hear me now? Yes. So my name is Johan Harberg. I am the Executive Officer for the Society for Artistic Research. And first of all, I would like to thank you for a very enthusiastic... yes, okay, sorry. A very informative and enthusiastic presentation. And I have in a way two comments, and it's also slightly a sort of PR for the keynote tomorrow. And the first remark is this: research is research, which is yes, but unfortunately no. Because artistic research is, as you said, not really yet recognized. And the main reason for this is something that you didn't mention, and that is the problem with the Frascati manual. Yeah. So we will talk about that tomorrow, where the problem of that is. And I think the second thing is that I think it is very important to break, we say, the heritage of only writing when documenting artistic research. And for that, there is a very good place to go, and that is the research catalog, which will be presented tomorrow in the evening, no, in the afternoon. And I think that actually provides you with the need for a way to document the results of the outcomes. Yes. Yeah. So, but I think this was very, and I think we have to congratulate you with very good results over the last years. Very, very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, so well, I'll be speaking later as well, so maybe that will be a bit of a response to your talk, I think. But the first questions that came to mind is the various definitions that are needed, and the evaluation, all the elements and the criteria that will allow you to then the criteria that will allow you to establish some elements within what you're trying to do that is considered artistic research. I agree with my colleague there to say that artistic research is a very specific thing, and I think that evaluation systems in terms of how the definition of research is then met by who produces the research is really an important process to go through. And obviously, this has already happened in other countries. So I was trained in the UK, and there is a very particular system, which we can have a conversation about maybe later on. And yeah. But I think, I just wanted to congratulate you because as we were saying earlier, we were both in the protests that were going on in the 90s, occupying academies. So it's great to see that the work you've done is really paying off. So congratulations on that. Yeah, it's just that.
Okay. Thank you. And if there are no more questions, I would invite the speakers to go to the reception desk and ask for the voucher to go have lunch in the portico. And we'll all meet up there. Of course, also the faculty, the Brera faculty and the staff involved in the program, in the conference can do the same, and as well as our partners, if there are partners here, just show up at the table over there, okay?
Prova. Prova, 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 bla 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 bla. Prova, 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 prova.
Thank you. So, thank you everybody for being here. I'm about to introduce the first panel of this day, which is called Defining Contemporaneity, which means basically taking a step back if we think about what we listened this morning from Professor Joanna Cassese. She framed the institutional framework in which contemporary art research is established and run within the Italian academia. But again, if we really want to discuss about contemporary art research, it's very important, in my and our opinion. This seminar has been developed by a large group of people and colleagues working within the universities. Our opinion that it's important to start defining or redefining what we mean by contemporary. Of course, this is much needed because everybody know what's contemporary. In an instinctive way, we can understand the meaning of this word and situate it within the present. But at the same time, it's our feeling that this concept has changed a lot since the time in which it was introduced within the vocabulary of art and of philosophy. I brought down a few introductory notes, but following the example of Nicoletta this morning, I will maybe keep this to the end for eventual questions to the people that are sitting at this table, because I really wanted to provide them the right time to make their presentations, and also to all of us to raise the questions and discussions with our guests. So I start introducing them, starting from Jakob Lund. And I read their biography, of course. Jakob Lund is an associate professor of aesthetics and culture and director of the Center for Research in Artistic Practice under Contemporary Conditions at the Schools of Communication and Culture, Aarhus University. Since 2016, he has co-edited the Contemporary Condition book series with Geoff Cox for Stermer Press. From 2007 to 2023, he served as editor-in-chief of the Nordic Journal of Aesthetics. Lund has published extensively across aesthetics, art studies, critical theories, and comparative literature, exploring themes such as image politics, subjectivity, memory, mediality, enunciation, and contemporaneity. From 2015 to 2021, he was principal investigator for the research project The Contemporary Condition, which examined the concept of contemporaneity and shifts in our temporal experiences as reflected in contemporary art. Currently, Lund leads the research project Artistic Practice under Contemporary Conditions. His most recent publication, The Changing Constitution of the Present, Essays on the Work of Art in Times of Contemporaneity, from 2022, delves into these themes. Lund's scholarly work reflects a deep engagement with contemporary art and its evolving relationship with time and culture, at the intersection of artistic research, critical theory, and aesthetics. The contemporary condition series is really something I advise you to look for in bookstores. It's an amazing series of small, tiny publications, but really, really dense in terms of contents. And they really influenced me when thinking about this panel. So I'm very happy to give the word to Jacob. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Domenico, and also to all the organizers for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to participate in this seminar. I've been.
Okay, so make sure to speak loud.
And you.
Difficult for someone.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so I've been told to stick to 20 minutes, so I will go straight ahead. By now, it seems uncontroversial to remark that contemporary art has substituted modern art as descriptor of the art of our times. In current art discourses, it is, however, still unclear what this substitution of adjectives to qualify the art of the present implies. Why is modern no longer adequate to describe the art of our historical present? What does the notion of the contemporary mean? What is it that it grasps that modern does not? How do they differ in their understanding of history and futurity? In everyday use, the word contemporary has almost the same meaning as modern, namely now, of the present moment, or up to date. And if one consults the Oxford English Dictionary, the listed meanings of the adjectival form of the word are all relational to time. Next slide, please. Belonging to the same, the previous one. Belonging to the same era or period as another person, thing, or event, living, existing, or occurring together in a particular period, coexisting, happening or taking place simultaneously, occurring together at the same time, simultaneous, having existed or lived from the same date, equal in age, coeval. And the last definition of the word, dating from the middle of the 19th century, repeats the meaning of its everyday use and makes it a synonym of the word modern, of or characteristic of the present time, modern, furniture, clothing, etc., having modern as distinct from traditional features or styling. Sometimes designating music, architecture, etc., which makes use of new, often experimental ideas and techniques. Today, this definition, somewhat ironically, as our subject is the contemporary, appears a bit outdated. In a sense, the meanings offered by the dictionary are ahistorical and can be applied to relationships, matters, and circumstances at any point in history. Contemporary belonging, existing, living, occurring, or occupying have always taken place. The formulation X and Y are or were contemporary, contemporaries can be applied in any historical period, anytime. So next slide. Thus, the statement, all art has been contemporary, as reads the neon sign by Maurizio Nanucci, installed on the entrance facade of the Altes Museum in Berlin in 2005, is true according to the dictionary definition of contemporary, in the sense that all art has come into being at the same time as someone's lives, been coeval with the community for which it was the art of their time, etc. However, in light of the replacement of modern art with contemporary art, we need to historicize the very notion of the contemporary. In line with the last dictionary definition in everyday use, contemporary can be regarded as a deictic term whose reference, now, of the present moment, etc., is dependent on the situation in which it is being put into use, meaning at the same time as when one is speaking. But as I will return to below, this time itself, the time to which all the meanings of the word are relational, is changing. Bois-Greuze makes a distinction between modern, postmodern, and contemporary art based on their relation to the temporal categories of past, present, and future, remarking that today's contemporary art demonstrates the way in which the contemporary as such shows itself, the act of presenting the present. In this respect, contemporary art is different from modern art, which was directed toward the future, and it is different also from postmodern art, which was a historical reflection on the modern project. Contemporary art privileges the present with respect to the future and to the past. Leaving aside for the moment Greuze's implicitly developmental understanding of the history of art, where contemporary art follows modern and postmodern art in a progressionist art historical narrative, I would like to stress the endeavor to present the present as defining characteristic of contemporary art, which is also remarked by Juliana Rebenčić, stating that the full normative sense of the term contemporary art consists in the fact that it is meant to make our historical present to us. On this background, my point is that when we say that contemporary art is an art of the present, an art that is directed toward and somehow gives expression to the present, we need to also question the category of the present itself, since the way in which the present is constituted is changing. The notion of the contemporary, understood critically, refers to a change in our relation to an experience of time itself, a change in the temporal quality of the present. How then is the present or the contemporary constituted? Who and what takes part in the present? When and where did it begin? Due to the developments in communication technology, the emergence of planetary scale computation, growing awareness of climate crisis and ecosystemic change, processes of decolonization, among other factors, the very constitution of the present is fundamentally changing. The present to which contemporary art refers is one characterized by contemporaneity in the sense that it is constituted by the bringing together of a multitude of different temporalities at different scales, including deep geological time and different grand narratives and imagined communities developed during modernity. The contemporary present is formed by an intensified global or planetary interconnectedness of different times and experiences of time. And it is this intensified and felt interconnection of times at a planetary scale that is historically new. That makes our present different from previous, especially Western presents. Compared to the transitory and anthropocentric modern present, we are therefore occupying and living in an expanded present in which several times historical narratives and temporalities, human as well as non-human, biological, geological as well as technological, take part in what we perceive as present and as presence, and in making presence and the present come into being. Contemporary art, therefore, is not merely art produced at the present point in time, but an art that relates to contemporaneity as a defining condition of our historical present. Contemporary art, worthy of its name, in various ways articulates the condition of contemporaneity. This globally or planetarily shared or at least interconnected present, and makes it experienceable. This means that contemporaneity, the present that the term contemporary now refers to, is at once a period understood as a description of our era and the times in which we live, and a particular experience and relationship to time and history. The intensified global interconnection of different cultures, times, and historical narratives that are brought to bear on the same present forms a sort of planetary present and, at least in principle, a global sharing of time, although one not shared equally. This makes it impossible to maintain the conventional modern Western developmental configuration and understanding of history, including the art historical narrative we have been building since the Enlightenment, when also the modern notion of art came into being. The art historical move from modern to contemporary art is not just a move from one period or era to the next in a linear and teleological narrative where each era builds upon and develops from the previous era. Such an understanding would try to assimilate contemporary art to the logic of the modern configuration of art history. But it is this very configuration that has been rendered inoperable by the contemporaneity of contemporary art. Arthur C. Danto, among others, was early to remark the death of this particular history of art, which had been dominant to such a degree that its end was confused with the end of art itself. In Danto's view, there would still be art, but whatever art there was to be would be made without benefit of a reassuring sort of narrative in which it was seen as the appropriate next stage in the story. What had come to an end was that narrative, but not the subject of the narrative. And Danto finds support for his analysis of how contemporary art escapes or detaches itself from the established art historical narrative in Hans Belting's incisive remark, "Contemporary art manifests an awareness of a history of art, but no longer carries it forward." Thus, to Danto, the notion of the contemporary does not designate an art historical period, but rather a post-historical era with no more periods and no more progression to the grand art historical narrative: Renaissance, Baroque, Neoclassicism, Romanticism, Realism, Impressionism, etc. Post-historical art, that is contemporary art, is art that is created with no historically mandated directions for art to go in, says Danto. A significant part of the art being made or being actualized today can no longer be placed in specific genres and categories belonging to particular art forms. Often it is no longer expressed in a delimited work, and it is hard to distinguish from its surroundings and what is not art. Contemporary art deserts the art historical narrative that has been established as the interpretive framework of the practice in which it takes part, rendering this narrative inoperative or at least deficient. The art historical narrative of unified progression is dismantled by its own subject. In other words, linear art historical progress has now been suspended as coexisting contemporary art practices do not necessarily take part in the development of the same or a shared narrative. The history of art that Danto and others are talking about is, however, almost exclusively the Western one, and they primarily see the end to that history of art from a Western perspective. The historical disorder mentioned by Danto is a disordering of the history of art as defined from a Western and in many instances implicitly colonial or imperial point of view. The modern discourse of progress and teleology is a practice of historical totalization that excludes those who do not comply with its parameters and places colonized nations and subaltern subjects in another time. The latter are removed from the present, othered, placed outside history, and thereby denied coevalness. So to sum up my point so far, following many years of globalization, of which such progressionist and exclusionary discourse was an integral part, globality is now a historical condition in which we live. Our historical present is characterized by the intensification of mutual global interconnections and exchanges between all the cultures and regions in the world, an accelerated speed of cultural, economic, and migratory circulation, generating a global or even planetary sense of contemporaneity. This historically new condition of contemporaneity has for a large part come into being as a consequence of developments in communication and so-called real-time technologies. And recently, the sense of contemporaneity and a generalized sharing of time has been strengthened further by the idea of our entering the so-called Anthropocene era and by the widespread realization of the effects of climate change on our existence as a species, as we now share a potential planetary extinction. Awareness of the globalized conditions of the present situation has helped to divide the modern attitude to art history in the singular into several related art histories. and to expand our understanding of the practices which can be said to participate in what we call art. The Rouen Group has a collective's curatorial strategy for Documenta 15 is a salient example of this in the way it, in the words of Appian Toto and Puyita Guha of the Forest curriculum, called into question what ecosystems of artistic production Documenta as an institution has heretofore participated in. Contemporary works of art no longer participate in a single progressive form of history, with each art historical period replacing, developing, or challenging the previous period. The history of art as we knew it is no longer the horizon within which a large part of contemporary practices operate and make sense. Contemporary art has abandoned, or is at least trying to challenge, the kind of Euro-American centrism which characterized modern art. It is far more transnational, global, and cosmopolitan, or even cosmological in its outlook, often with a distinctly local point of departure. And to a large extent, contemporary art seeks to go beyond the idea that the human being is a privileged, self-sufficient actor who is the center of the world. So where does this leave us with regard to futurity? Several thinkers and cultural critics are rightly concerned that we have lost the future as a political object, that our experience of time has transformed into an experience of an ever-expanding present with no temporal horizon other than the present, and hence that we are losing the capacity to imagine the world otherwise. Thus, historian François Hartog remarks that the category of the present has developed into presentism, meaning that the present has become the privileged temporal category according to which the past and the future is conceived, but also a category that absorbs the past and the future. Presentism is the sense that only the present exists, whereby historical time and any ideas about a qualitatively different future seem to be suspended. It should be noted, however, that most of the discussion of presentism and post-history deals also almost exclusively with time experiences within a Euro-American framework. Against this background, we are in need of at least imagining a qualitatively different world, of projecting a future moment that transcends the all-encompassing temporal horizon of presentism without falling back into the synchronizing and universalizing discourse of progress that characterizes Western modernity. We need to take into consideration Asil Mbembe's description of how the African decolonizations during the 20th century inaugurated a time of branching off toward innumerable futures. The wave of decolonization, he argues, was animated by the quest for a future that would not be written in advance. The Western claimed to epitomize the language and forms in which any human event could arise, and even to have monopoly on the very idea of the future was only a fiction. The new post-colonial world was not condemned to imitate and reproduce what had been accomplished elsewhere. Because history was being produced in a unique way each time, the politics of the future required the invention of new images of thought. This was only possible if one committed oneself to a long apprenticeship in science and their modes of encounter with experience, an apprenticeship in the time specific to the sites of life. What distinguishes our present from previous presents is that it is conditioned by contemporaneity, understood as a global interconnection of different presents, different sides of life, with different prehistories and of different time experiences. It is an idea of contemporaneity as a, at least in principle, shared present across divisive cultural and historical differences, of a temporary unity of the present across the planet. This means that it is necessary to try to establish a global, or rather planetary, perspective on the present. Analysis of the global art world should therefore, as stipulated by Ogbuyi and Weser, take into account that so this is the quote prior to this, that contemporary Western artists see themselves as being in a post-historical situation, whereas non-Western artists wish to be in a post-ethnic one, to be no longer identified by race, ethnicity, or tribe. We have, in other words, arrived at contemporaneity via different paths, but the post-historical situation and the struggle to become what Envisa calls post-ethnic are now inevitably interconnected, which in no way diminishes the importance of being attentive to these differences and to decisive inequalities. On the contrary, any image of the future now has to come to terms with this planetary interconnection and our inescapable entanglement with the dynamic being of the Earth. We are forced to let go of the idea of a one-dimensional time from where it would be possible to imagine and project a different future. Futurity is no longer something that lays ahead on a one-dimensional progressive continuum. The coming into being of contemporaneity, the interconnection of different histories and temporalities, worldly and planetary, implies a spatialization of time, and we now have to begin to imagine futurity and global politics liberated from the Western obsession with the time of succession and the imagination it allows for, including persisting colonization, social, racial, and regional inequality. So these are the conditions that art finds itself in, I think. Thanks for your attention. Yes.
We are perfectly on time. Sorry? Manda un cenno. So I leave the word to Santiago Zabala. Santiago, our second guest, is an ICREA research professor of philosophy at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona, Spain. His work focuses on philosophy, art, and their intersections with social and political issues. His writings have been featured in the New York Times, Al Jazeera, and the Los Angeles Review of Books, among other prominent publications. Zabala is the author of several influential books that address contemporary challenges, emphasizing the philosophical and aesthetic dimension of emergencies and freedoms. His most recent works include Why Only Art Can Save Us, Aesthetics and the Absence of Emergency, which, by the way, is also translated in Italian, no? And available for Politi Seganfreddo. So this is an information that might be useful for the students. A thought-provoking exploration of art's critical role in contemporary crisis. Then Being at Large, Freedom in the Age of Alternative Facts from 2020, which reflects on the notion of freedom in the post-truth world, and Outspoken, a manifesto for the 21st century, co-edited with Adrian Parr, offering bold insights into the 21st century's cultural landscape. His forthcoming book, Science from the Future, A Philosophy of Warnings, delves into the philosophical implications of warnings as signals for global actions. Through his writing and teaching, Zabala addresses pressing contemporary issues with a focus on how philosophy and art can provoke reflection and inspire change. His work remains pivotal for understanding the cultural and political significance of aesthetics in today's world, making him one of the most relevant philosophers of our time. This is in your bio.
Bene, magari saluto prima in italiano per ringraziare tutti, soprattutto ringraziare Domenico e Nicoletta per questo invito e niente, sono contento di parlare qui perché spesso nella facoltà di filosofia non c'è nessuno quando facciamo i convegni, invece vedo che qua funziona. Chiederò un trasferimento. Niente, grazie ancora per l'invito e adesso seguo nella lingua dell'impero. So I don't have a lot of time, so I have to be. No, preferisci. Can you hear me? What, up? This better?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So, what is my intervention? The title is Why Only Art Can Save Us, or Why Art Can Save Us Through Emergencies. And you see the title of my book is a little bit presumptuous, but I actually do believe that. And my brief intervention today will sort of summarize what I explain in that book actually. And anything you don't understand, you can actually open the book afterwards. You can read it from the book. So my idea was to, since we have to talk about what's going on today, in other words, whatever, it's very difficult to talk about our contemporary times, our actual condition, because we don't know what's going on now. We know very little. And what interests me is specifically everything we do not know. In other words, the thesis behind this book and the thesis behind most of my research this past years, although I'm not that old, but still doing several years, is that our greatest emergency, not the only, our greatest emergency is the absence of emergency. Now, this idea, which it's actually come from, I didn't come up with this. This has come from research from Martin Heidegger and many other important thinkers, in particular Martin Heidegger. The idea of this thesis is to try to understand in what situation we find ourselves today. So what is it that actually characterized the 21st century? Right, so it's been now 25 years. This is a brand new century. We are right in it. And what do we know about it? Well, one of the things that we do know about it is that, well, we think there are a lot of emergencies. We're living in a lot of emergencies, pandemics, terrorist attack, genocides now in Palestine, et cetera, et cetera. But if we read carefully these emergencies, we will find out that actually, well, this century has actually a problem. In other words, emergencies cannot emerge. So let's make an example to provoke you a little bit. So the three big emergencies of this century, we have 9/11, right? We have the 2008-2009 financial crisis, you remember? Pandemic, I'm sure you all remember the pandemic, right? And these three events, right, these big global events are supposed to be events that in some way they change everything, right? Well, even after the pandemic, we were saying we have to return to normality, remember? Well, that was specifically the thing we were not supposed to do, specifically that, right? And if we look at the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, what changed? Banks were saved. We have precisely the same banks there. Neoliberalism worked the same way, actually works even better than it worked before. That crisis did not really, it wasn't really a crisis. And the 9/11, did that really change the world? Or was it not a way, an intensification of the military, of the military wars in the Middle East and so forth? So the idea that we live now in a century where emergencies do not emerge. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't any emergencies. They are there. But the emergencies are not treated as such. In other words, for example, let's talk about climate change. I'm sure you all agree that that's an actually important emergency we have. But we're not treating that emergency in the way we're supposed to be treating it, right? I mean, globalization should be gone by now if we would treat it, climate change, the way we're supposed to treat it. So there's a very big difference between emergencies and absent emergencies, or as Heidegger prefers to call them, the greatest emergencies. So the greatest emergencies we have are not the ones that we actually confront. The greatest emergencies we have are the ones we do not confront. And we actually do not confront really serious, big emergencies. For example, the pandemic, which I think we all remember, not to depress you, but we do remember it. Now, was it right to treat the pandemic as a global emergency? Well, yes, of course it was. But let's compare the amount of deaths we have every year of air pollution in relation to the pandemic. We have 5 million people dying more or less in Europe of lung cancer due to the air pollution we have every year. Maybe we should also treat, right, air pollution as an emergency, just like we treated the pandemic. So if you agree with this provocation, let's call it this way, if you will see that it's actually not so much a provocation, it's actually a condition in which we find ourselves. And this thesis has a lot to do, well, it actually works against Giorgio Agamben, because Agamben's theory, which of course comes from Benjamin and Carl Schmitt, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Still, it's a very, it came out right after 9/11, it works very well. But if you look carefully, if the definition of democracy comes through the state of exception, as Agamben said, not anymore. I mean, we don't need anymore the state of exception when an emergency arises. Trump did not declare the state of exception during the pandemic. And actually, coming to politics, well, we have a lot of politicians, right, even in this country, Georgia, who do not believe in big emergencies we have, right? Immigration, so it's not considered an emergency, right? It is not treated as such. Now, what does all of this have to do with what we are here to talk about today, with our condition today? Well, also, it is important to remember that when I and some of my colleagues that discussed this problem of, because all of this comes up to an emergency, an aesthetics of emergency, right? An aesthetics of emergency implies that, well, the word emergency, right, where it emerged, what emerged out, right, from the status quo, because to some degree, we could say that the biggest emergency we have today is actually democracy, right? Democracy has become a system where, well, the right and the left are almost the same, or now we have some extreme right, but still, things do not change as much as they're supposed to change, right? So a great emergency, like, for example, the genocide in Palestine right now, it is not treated as an emergency. It's actually even we actually support it in some way, right? So what is the role, what does salvation mean in this condition, if we agree that this is the century of absent emergencies? Because even from a technological point of view, right, if we read carefully, for example, you remember Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, or even worse, if you look at biggest, the latest climate change findings, climate change scientists telling us how, how the air is polluted. Well, it's not, in other words, we have all the data now. Even with the data is not enough. Data is not enough. Truth, in some way, is not enough to let emergencies emerge out, right? So if we find ourselves in this condition that I like to think of, a frame condition, Heidegger talked about Gestalt, which is a German term to basically talk about a situation where you're blocked, where you can't move too much in some way. Well, this is actually how we define freedom today, because we are monitored so much today, right? We are controlled to such a level that freedom today means what? Well, freedom means being at large in some way, being able to get away from a situation that, 50 years ago, actually even 30 years ago, you could get lost, right? Today, we can't get lost anymore. In other words, you can't also disappear. Now, this is a problem because if we agree that we cannot disappear and we have created such a nice and controlled hyper-technological world, but emergencies cannot emerge either, right? So in Spain last year, I think we had 77 women assassinated. And in Italy, I think it's more or less the same. This is every year. So another absent emergency that does not emerge. So how do we confront these emergencies? How do we confront these great emergencies? Well, one thing we do is we start to think in terms of what salvation means, because if we are going to treat these great emergencies, we might actually have a chance, might get a shot at salvation. But what is salvation? Now, one of Heidegger's favorite poet, or probably his favorite poet, Hölderlin, used to say that where danger is, also grows the saving power. In other words, we have to find ways to get close to danger, close to the greatest emergencies we have. Right? And one way we can get close to these emergencies today is probably through art. So when philosophers in general, but not all philosophers, but in the case of Heidegger, Gadamer also, and some others, well, art is really a realm, right? It's really an experience, right? That doesn't really have much to do with culture. Right? In other words, this is sometimes to get, I always get in trouble when I say this, and I always say it all the time, I don't really care, I care about art, right? But I don't really care about artists. I'm sorry, but I do care about art, because art is really a realm where emergencies can emerge today, right? As opposed, for example, to science, right? Because science deals with truth, but if you read Naomi Klein's books on the environment, you will see that she talks about many of these big gatherings, scientific conference. Scientists are very tired of explaining to us the data. It doesn't work. It's not enough. So we need something else, right? Now, so the goal here is supposed to be, and I only have 5 minutes, so I have to be really, to save us, I have to be very fast. So the problem here is that, so if art can save us, which I think it can because some artists, not all artists, of course, but there's a lot of art going on today. There's a lot of environmentalist art, right? There's a lot of the different sorts of art that can save us. But in particular, what I'm interested is in those works of art that in some way can not rescue us from emergencies, but rather rescue us into emergencies. In other words, we have to get closer to these great emergencies that we do not confront, that we cannot confront, that we're not even allowed to confront in some way. And so there are a number of artists which I selected even in an exhibition I just did recently in Madrid that I'm going to show you now some of the slides. So I selected all of these artists where what they did is they rescue us into great emergencies that we do not confront. Now, the problem here is that how is it even possible that we have to call it for art to save us rather than science? What has happened? Is it a question of corruption? Actually, it's not only a question of corruption. It's much more a question of feelings, of emotions. I mean, why do you think right-wing populists wins the election? Because they deal with our feelings, right? While technocrats, European technocrats, we don't even know them. They don't touch our feelings. So feelings is probably what will change us. Now, the art that I'm going to show you now, it's really, some of it might be beautiful, some of it might not be beautiful. I don't really care. What I do care is that something emerged that does not emerge elsewhere, and which is supposed to emerge elsewhere. So you can show the first slide. I'm going to turn around. So this is the exhibition. Next one. Okay. So this is all the artists I invited. One of them, Filippo Minelli, who also did the poster, actually graduated in this school. So he's sitting over there, but I'm not going to humiliate him. So if you want one more forward. Okay. So I'm just going to show you. I'm only going to comment the last one. So go on. It is Filippo's work. Go on. Okay. So this is some of the images of the exhibition. Okay. One more, two more. This Kenneth Phillips, Mary Fishman. Okay, stop here, wait here. So I'm not going to comment on all of them because I only have 5 minutes, 4 minutes. But among the many works I showed, this is one by two Finnish artists, which what they do in order to trust us, rescue us into these great emergencies we have now of the rising sea level, right? The rising sea level, it's a very important issue that, many cities, Venice is already screwed, but there are many others coming soon, where we have a serious problem here. And what they do, these two artists, they do this installation in many places. They also did it in Barcelona. And what they put this neon around buildings that show where the level of the water, what the level of the water would be in 2050. And they do this in several cities, and they did this in Barcelona, in Barceloneta. And now, why does this work in some way rescue us into the great emergency of climate change, the great emergency of sea rising? Now, it is not only because they managed to get us closer to it, but also because they are revealing, svelare, revealing, which is the word that Heidegger used to talk about truth, right? It is the way they reveal an absent emergency, an emergency that we do not confront. Now, when the exhibition took place in December, at the same time in Valencia, maybe you saw the news, there was very big flooding and 200 people died. It was specifically the same moment of that, right? And so that was a very clear example of emergencies that we do not confront. Now, Hannah Arendt, she already explained many years ago how thinking is thinking the invisible, right? When you think what you cannot see, right? And I think that nowadays, or this century that is conditioned by this idea that we are so framed, right? We're so blocked in some way. We need to be rescued into these emergencies, right? We need to be brought closer to these great emergencies that we do not confront, and maybe that we're not even willing to confront anymore. But if, as Hölderlin said, where danger is, that's where the possibility of salvation is. That means salvation today means being closer to this absence emergency. Thank you.
Our third and last guest of this panel, Livi Appala, is correct? The pronunciation? Okay. Is a curator and art writer and researcher of contemporary art. He currently serves as Dean of the Academy of Fine Arts at the University of Arts Helsinki. From 2015 to 2024, he was director of Kiasma, Museum of Contemporary Art, the Finnish National Gallery, Helsinki. Prior to this, Appala was praxis professor of exhibition studies at the Academy of Fine Arts, University of Arts, Helsinki, and served as curator and deputy chief curator for collections at Kiasma. During his tenure at Kiasma, Appala oversaw some exhibitions featuring artists such as Mona Autumn, Grayson Perry, Ragnar Kjartason, Pilvi Takala, and Dineo Seshe Bopape. He co-curated two major international survey exhibitions, Arts 17 Hello World, Exploring the Digital Revolution, and Arts 22 Living Encounters, examining individual and communities' everyday lives and aspirations. Appala is a board member of CIMAM, International Committee of Museums and Collections of Modern Art, and has co-commissioned the Nordic Pavilion for the Venice Biennale. He also serves on boards such as Kunzi Art Foundation, OP Bank Art Foundation, and previously for the Design Museum Foundation Helsinki. Additionally, he contributed to the Pro Arte Foundation and IHME Contemporary Art Festival. Appala is a long-standing jury member for the Young Artist of the Year Prize and the Ars Fennica Award, further shaping Finland's contemporary art landscape. Thank you, Levi.
Very good. So thank you, Lorella Scacco. Thank you, Domenico Quaranta, for the very kind invitation to join this seminar. So happy and thrilled to be with you today. Let's go directly to the topic. And also, Santiago, thank you for supporting our alumni and showing the piece. Yeah. Whose story is being told and whose voice is telling it? And further, whose story can we trust and whose story do we want to believe? These questions assume shifting position in relation to fact and feeling, which are necessary building blocks in storytelling. In politics and policy making, we want debate on value systems to remain anchored in fact. But in the post-truth era, fact has been eclipsed by emotive arguments and that polarize as stir theology. The ends appear to justify the means. Grand narratives and invincible universal truths were debunked with the demise of the modern era. Today, we are familiar with local and international conflict, concealed clashes and stagnant disputes, political heroes and traitors periodically switching places as their supporters cheer on, obviously to whether or not they speak the truth. Unstable times and the rise of populism in many parts of the world have reawakened a hunger for narratives that provide easy solutions and survival stories, exalting individual as hero. Free movement and global commitment to democratic decision-making are being supplanted by narrow-mindedness and national navel-gazing. Social media has transformed everyone into a storyteller, whether we like it or not. Personal stories and feelings are leaking into a public domain, where they are being exploited as influencing tools in the name of customer service and user experience. True user tracking, shared likes, and sentiments have become a currency of the platform economy. And targeted social media advertising has become an instrument of populist politics. Even contemporary art is complicit in the storytelling economy. Museums and other art institutions are pitted against rival service providers in an ongoing battle for customer attention. After receiving invitation to join this seminar, it made me read again Giorgio Agamben's essay, What is the Contemporary? From 2008. In the beginning of this essay, Agamben presents the key questions to our today's topic, namely contemporariness. He asks, whom and what are we contemporaries? And first and foremost, what does it mean to be contemporary? These are questions that I've been thinking throughout the years in many roles and positions, as a curator, as a researcher, as a museum director, as an academic leader. Our educational backgrounds, age, agenda, position, current cultural, political situation in society, ebb and flow of economic activities in finance sector, without stressing the roles of pandemics and wars, they all affect us and how we see ourselves as contemporaries. Agamben's answer is based on Roland Barthes' Nietzsche reading and his summons. The contemporary is the untimely. That is something that exceeds the fever of history and historical culture. And a second criteria for contemporary he names relevance. And with respect to present, it is identified as a disconnection and out of jointness, which can be felt as a sense of anachronism. I'd like to give an example of the relevance via one image from last autumn. The event was an activist attack to the House of Parliament in Helsinki. Helsinki on 25th of September 2024 by two eco-activist groups, Swedish Restore Wetlands and Extinction Rebellion Finland. And their key message was that the party is over, meaning that we cannot continue the overconsumption of natural resources, and in this case, peat, in the time of climate crisis. What happened on that day in the last September? In a few minutes, activists spread pigmented liquid with old-fashioned fire extinguishers on the pillars of the House of Parliament in Helsinki. They called it as an impactful political work of art. The motivation was to make the Finnish state-owned company Nova to stop their large-scale excavating of peat in Sweden, which causes more emissions than all domestic flights in Sweden, as the Extinction Rebellion Finland reported company's activity. And thus, that's how the company destroys life-maintaining wetlands. The images from the demonstrations went viral immediately. In its easiest and perhaps most populist reading, the demonstration was that the attack was against the ultimate representative of the democratic institution itself. Can this attack be read as untimely? Maybe not. It was very timely, even punctual. Has it relevance? I really hope so. At least it was very easy to see the impact of out of jointness. The attention it created was immediate. Iconic stone pillars of the House of Parliament and the alertness of the blood-like paint on top of the pillars brought anachronistic elements together by combining stability and immediacy, permanence and momentariness. Luckily, the discussion about the activist attack circulated around the institutional value of the key legislation body in Finland, the architectural and cultural historical value of the building, and only long after that the environmental values with state-owned company violates. A contemporary eyewitness, I can at the same time respect our cultural historical building, and at the same time I still cannot escape from the urgency of the sixth extinction and responsibility it requires both on activist side and on the level of legislation. Agamben makes another suggestion to identify contemporaneous by saying, the contemporary is he who firmly holds his gaze on his time so as to perceive not its light, but rather its darkness. This question of darkness can be taken literally, but also metaphorically. Belgian artist Anne Veronica Janssen's in situ photographic print, Phosphines, is a microorganic exploration about phosphine, which is a visual phenomena that gives the impression of seeing light without an actual light source. Phosphines can be, for example, introduced by mechanical, electrical, or magnetic stimulation of the retina or visual cortex. If you close your eyes and put pressure on your closed eyelids with your fingers, colored, sparkling geometric patterns appear in the eye. So you start to see in the darkness. For the artist, it is a nomadic and visual proposal of the conditions of seeing. Agamben continues with his description of the darkness. The contemporary is the person who perceives the darkness of his time as something that concerns him, as something that never ceases to engage him. At this point, we contemporaries can see concerns of our time. Global Risks Report 25 reveals an increasingly fractured global landscape where escalating geopolitical, environmental, societal, and technological challenges threaten stability and progress. The rise of extreme right-wing populism around the world would like to provide easy catchphrase solutions to vicious problems. At the same time, strong nationalistic emphasis shadows global challenges and their solutions. Essay This Way, Police Ethos Aesthesis, Chantal Pontouan asks, where can politics form links with art and its practice? And she replies, art can introduce difference. Art is a process that cannot be satisfied with the same. It is essentially research and proposition of a difference. She sees that politicians are only connected to the culture as a tool to promote political entity, or you use culture as a tool of control. Instead of addressing the question of culture, politics mainly relates to entertainment, industry, and economy. In our formatted culture in which we are immersed, we are consumers, not actors, as she concludes. From Pontouan's perspective, we should be looking for difference and should be able to propose it in our roles as cultural workers, scholars, artists, museum and theater directors, and letting it appear. As Agamben continues, to perceive in the darkness of the present, this light can strive to reach us, but cannot. This is what it means to be contemporary. And he states very poetic way by saying, as such, contemporaries are rare. For this reason, to be contemporary is foremost a question of courage, because it means being able not only to firmly fix your gaze on the darkness of the epoch, but also to perceive in this darkness a light that, while directed toward us, infinitely distances itself from us. In other words, it is like being on time for an appointment that one cannot but miss. I would like to conclude based on Agamben and Pontouan's readings. To see and to cherish difference is a way to see in the darkness. With two short cases, I'd like to remind us how contemporary art continues to produce difference. First one is Sami artist Outi Pieski with her installation, Our Land, Our Running Colors, which we acquired to the museum in 2016. The Sami are the only recognized indigenous people in Europe inhabiting the northern parts of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. There are estimated 60,000 to 100,000 Sami people. The Sami land, Sapmi, is located horizontally in the northern parts of Scandinavia and Kola Peninsula. In her installation, Our Land, Our Running Colors, she has colored the fells formed by branches with shawl fringes. In her words, with our colors, referring to the shawl of Sami dress and its diverse colorings. The landscape depicted by Pieski is part of the Sami homeland that has been colored with colors of past, present, and future generations living there. In the work, human presence is both symbolically and materially part of landscape in which one lives. Even though Our Land, Our Running Colors is timeless in its landscape likeness, it is also extremely topical and addresses the current moment by using subtle symbols of being and belonging. Pieski's installation and name of it produces difference in a way how we see northern landscape and our understanding of it. Not via touristic Lapland exotism, but from a perspective and proposal of a Sami artist linked to the land and histories of the people who have lived there before the national states existed. I would not like to make the understanding what it means to live as a contemporary too easy. He likes to challenge us to see beyond the obvious topics of our times. The quote starts, "It is important to realize that the appointment that is in question in contemporariness doesn't simply take place in chronological time. It is something that, working within a chronological time, urges, presses, and transforms it. And this urgency is the untimeliness, the anachronism that permits us to grasp our times in the form of too soon, that is also a too late." Quote ends. This elegant formulation reveals the difficulty of catching the moments which would witness our sense of contemporariness. To be able to be present in a moment and at the same time to reflect it from a distance, from a historical perspective or forecasting it to the future implications is not easy. And Agamben admits the difficulty. The present is nothing other than this unlived element in everything that is lived. The attention is this unlived, is the life of contemporary. And to be contemporary means, in this sense, to return to a present where we haven't never been. This unlived moment as a concept recalls the pandemic times. I would like to highlight it with a specific work by Indian artist Sheila Koda. You might remember her major solo show Remains at Hangar Birelli Pikokka just during the first spring of COVID-19. I was happy to visit the show, and what impressed me most was the very archaic installation entitled Collateral from 2007. I was convinced that we should show the installation at Kiasma. And after a complicated arrangement and remote supervision from Bangalore, it was made possible. We exhibited in 2022, right after the pandemic, in our major international survey show, Living Encounters. Collateral, as you might remember it, is a very serene installation which requires audience patience and attention. The installation is a constellation of incense cakes which have been burned slowly down to ashes. It consists of a landscape of shapes laid out of low mesh screen tables, of varied measures, like artist herself described them, each one the size of a man, woman, and a child. The installations invites contemplations of themes of closeness, continuity, and separateness. The shapes are the fragrant, ascent remains a burnt incense, and offer a place for quiet reflection and solace. thereby conveying yet another key narrative of our time. The burning of incense took place before the visitors were allowed to enter. So in that sense, the event under the fire hoods was before and thus only for visitors. What we saw is what remains, ashes. And those are also ephemeral, existing only the period of the exhibition. In these patterns, there is something very archaic in them. One could also reflect the unlived life, even lost lives, during the pandemic times. The quality of the unlived moment is something which Agamben describes, that which impedes access to present is precisely the mass of what, for some reason, its traumatic character, its excessive nearness, we have not managed to live. And that's the reason why it is possible to interpret Skoda's installation as part of the pandemic narrative, but also a timeless mediation of encounters with death. A key task of contemporary art is to present alternative ways of seeing and narrating, and just as previously stated, to produce difference. Visual artists tell stories in ways that no other mode of narration can. They may be personal stories of failure, empowerment, of rereading of history. By virtue of very word contemporary, there is an implicit remit for contemporary art to share counter-narratives and imagine alternative futures. But this entails more than just dreaming of wild dystopian visions or simply registering the status quo. The current ethos of contemporary art flies the flag of plurality, urging artists to seek out of multiplicity of counter-narratives. And this request is more urgent than ever. Thank you.
Okay, we have time until 4 for the discussion. I think it's quite a good space to raise questions from the audience, but also maybe to kick a confrontation between the three of you, no? Because I think there are many kind of maybe. Because I think there are many possible connections between what you said and also what's part of your research at large. No? Personally, I have a question for nobody in particular, but for all of you. And it's, how can I say? It's related to one thing about the contemporary condition that I don't always see to be under focus, no? Because of course we talk about a lot about acceleration, about the simultaneity of and globality of communication and so on. But in my perception, one thing that really affects the current moment is also the permanent availability of the past. No? The past has become an archive in which we can dig freely and continuously. And at the beginning of this experience, no, at the emergence of the network age, that was a wonderful experience because it was you had the sense of having access to all human knowledge and everything that's available from culture. But in recent years, I feel that this became something that, in a sense, makes innovation almost impossible, no? Because you always have this past to access, to use, and to abuse. Also, the introduction and explosion of generative AI, in one sense, accelerated this process, because the past has become a resource to dig in, no? Something to use and abuse in order to produce something that is labeled as new, but actually relies a lot on our past experiences, no? And I think it has a lot to do with what Agamben says about the time of fashion in that tiny essay. Of course, Giorgio Agamben was on our wish list for this talk. It's hard to bring him here, but I was sure that he will have nurtured the conversation anyway. I don't know if any of you wanted to reply on this. Maybe I was not even.
I will try. Well, let's see. I think it's important to make the distinction between, in German, we have one thing called Geschichte, which is history, and we have another thing called Gewesen, the past. And it's a little bit like the future, right? One thing is, in English, for example, unfortunately for English language, there's only one word for the future. One in French, there's le futur et l'avenir, right? And the distinction between the two, just like Geschichte und Gewesen, it's very important because, the future is really not that important. Bumble does not tell you the future, right? But what's coming, l'avenir, that's something different. That's something that you have to be engaged in. In other words, you have to be capable of listening, right, when something comes to you, right? It is not something you can know beforehand. Now, the same thing happens with the past, because the past is not only history, right? It's not only what has happened once and that's it, and you have one history of Napoleon and that's the history. No, Napoleon, or the history of Napoleon, is something that can emerge differently every single time, right? And it has to emerge differently, otherwise it dies, right? So this is why Bruno Latour, who died last year, he used to say that, well, even scientific data, right, is useless unless we don't have a community, right, of interpreters, of scientists. In other words, the enemy here, right, is transparency, right? So artificial intelligence and everything that we think is transparency, that's supposed to be our enemy, in particular when we talk about time, about the past. But I think this distinction between the future, l'avenir, the past, and history, I think it should be one of the starting points to think, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to respond, but I think that the way I would try to say that the way in which the past is being actualized is always from, of course, that's the condition of being human, but it's very much from the present. It's not in general, I would claim, it's not actualized in the sense of being something that exists outside of the current sort of temporal horizon. That's sort of the definition of presentism, is also that the present has become omnipresent. So when we visit the past, it's always to sort of include it, integrate it in the present. So it does not allow for any sort of qualitatively different future, as I was trying to say. But of course, it can be used in many ways. There are also more productive ways. But I think, in my understanding of contemporaneity, Giorgio Agamben is actually someone that I disagree the most with, because and I did my PhD on Giorgio Agamben 20 years ago, so it's not that I sort of have huge veneration for his work, but I think that when he talks about the contemporary, he talks about the contemporary as a person who's able to establish a disjunctive relationship with his own time, and he talks a lot about the time, the era, the epoch, as if it's something in the singular. And that's my whole business, is to sort of argue for contemporaneity as this temporal complexity, where it becomes increasingly difficult to identify a unified history of unified time up against which you can sort of create this disjunction, because it's super difficult to actually identify what is the hegemonic time up against which to be disjunctive, or where to look for the darkness. And I think the history that he refers to with Nietzsche and so on is still also very much this sort of Western intellectual history that has been established. So that's my sort of main, I know you didn't use him in this way, but that's my main sort of reservation towards the Agambendian understanding of contemporaneity. Sorry to...
Yes, I can understand the pressure of history here in Italy, especially because you are living in the historical building, and all of this is so present. And in that sense, we are lucky in the north that we have a shorter connection to the history, and we can live in the present. I'm thinking this as a curatorial point of view, how to propose something kind of a very current and at the same time showing that you understand your history, and that we did in that exhibition. This us 922, where also Sheila Gouda's piece was present, and we were wondering with our curatorial team how to bring, for example, Black Lives Matters, ecological crises, all that in, but showing it via historical referential work. It is a series of like since 60s, the survey show has been conducted every 5th year, and we brought historical examples from the ecological movement from the 70s and kind of pieces from the different time periods next to the contemporary works, just to show that history is still with us, and it has a different presence today. So that is one way to answer, so that you can show inside the contemporary art, show very topical pieces which are not precisely touching today.
Yeah, my point was not so much about the historical past, but about the fact that something that happened 5 years ago looks old, and something that belongs to the remote past still belongs to the present, no? Because we are kind of taken within a small loop that always brings us to the past, and that doesn't allow to get far from it. But anyway, this ice cream is made to be distributed around the room. Anybody?
Okay, do I need to move? I don't care. I mean, it's okay. So thank you for your very interesting talks. I have maybe one, maybe two questions, maybe to all of you, but particularly to Jacob. So I was wondering how in the idea of contemporaneity or present or presentness, the notion of Nachleben by Abi Warburg can be of some use in sort of defining this afterlife and survival of recurring themes, so a non-linear history, as a model that comes from art history and makes art history a very valid instrument for interrogating contemporaneity in the terms you sort of described, if I understood correctly. And at the same time, I was wondering how, along the same lines, media archaeology and, for instance, Erkki Uhtamo's notion of topoi, again, as recurring themes that come up, just like Warburg's Nachleben, at different times in different cultural, geographical contexts, and they still come again and again and again. So I was wondering how these two models can sort of help us understanding contemporaneity somehow, perhaps, if you thought about it, both as philosophers, but also at a curatorial level. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Abbey Warburg is on my list. I mainly come to Abbey Warburg through Georges Duberman and his notion of anachrony, and that I also, again, respect a lot. I do think also in de Duberman, there's this idea about some kind of historical continuum. Maybe it's not sort of only one directional, but it's still sort of about sort of exploding that continuum to reconfigure it. But again, to stick to one kind of unified historical continuum, I think. So I think that's also the problem with de Duberman. I'm not all that familiar with Warburg's work, I have to admit, but it's on my list. I appreciated a lot the exhibition called Soulèvement, Uprisings by de Duberman was this Warburgian exhibition at Jeu de Paume in 2016, 2017, which was, I think, all about trying to actualize the sort of revolutionary energy of the past, sort of uprisings that didn't make revolution, but only sort of stayed as uprisings, trying to sort of capture that kind of historical energy. But that's, I'm sorry, I don't. It's a very poor answer to your question. But I think I believe the media archaeological. To you.
I have more questions, perhaps.
More questions from the audience?
Thank you. My question is about the intersection of branding and empathy in the discourse that emerged, thinking at the quotes of Latour made before, sorry, and how the single became a model for a sort of disconnection for material reason from a sort of collective emotional changing model in contemporary art. I have to repeat, sorry. Louder. Okay, like that. Okay. My question is about branding and empathy in the contemporary art and politics, because it seems that emotion can be used, as you say, for create engagement for common causes, but for material reason, there is a sort of split through branding identity, for example, or also institutional heritage issues that cause a sort of material split of these. There is a sort of lack of commonness in this kind of process. That's maybe my question.
We think about emotion and empathy in art. That's why maybe just press the button.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't really listen to everything you said because I'm deaf. Let me just clarify maybe one thing about the different works of art that I show. So why show one work of art rather than another one, right? Because they all, in some sense, disclose emergencies, right? And great emergencies, the one we don't see. So what is, very often I get asked, so what is the criteria here? Which emergency is the greatest in all this list, right? And the answer here is often, and of course, a very lightweight answer. In philosophy, we do not answer any questions. We only ask good questions, right? Answers are for scientists, historians, and stuff, but we ask good questions. And the good question here is, well, the greater the criteria should be, which is the emergency that is most absent, the one that we really do not treat at all, right? So the most invisible ones are the ones that we should be taking care of, should have in some way priority. Now, this priority should be, I mean, art here has become an existential affair, right? It comes of our existence. It is not a question of culture, right? This is something that a lot of people get very angry, but no, it is not. It is an issue of your existence, and also whether there will be a future at all, right? Because if I tell you, do you know Stanley Hansen? But you do know Greta Thunberg, right? But Stanley Hansen is the most important environmentalist climate change scientist there is. So why is there this difference between the two? Why do we know Greta Thunberg and not Stanley Hansen? Well, it's not only a question of knowledge, it's also a question that the message of climate change, for example, works better through the image of Greta Thunberg, or maybe some art as well. So there's a difference here, right? And this difference here is very important today, because if we are moving towards this age of artificial intelligence, where basically everything is the same, there is no difference whatsoever. Well, this is where art really becomes vital, but vital in the sense of existence, not in the sense that it's important, culturally important. No, no, it's a question that it actually concerns our existence.
Questions or comments from the audience?
I heard you talk about the anachronistic approach of the Huberman before. My question is, how do you approach like a pragmatical dimension, like an exhibition or a platform, a web platform, with this anachronistic and Warburg montage approach? So that's the question.
Vuoi ripetermelo in italiano?
No, nel senso, la domanda è come si approccia a una piattaforma, una mostra, per esempio, questo metodo di, si diceva, di anacronismo dell'immagine, quindi questo in teoria...
Come si porta l'anacronismo in un contesto espositivo?
In un contesto espositivo pratico.
Ok. Did you understand the question? I think it was about anachronism and how you make it present. You introduce it in a platform, in an exhibition, and so on, in a way that is meaningful for us today.
Yeah, I can probably start with, for example, our Academy or University of Arts kind of a vision is that art makes future. And always when I talk about it, I say it in plural, art make futures. And kind of because we are artists are individuals and they have totally different perspectives, what they are doing and where they come from and where are the reference points. Also, I kind of like to cherish the idea of difference and kind of letting in an exhibition space or under the concept totally conflicting ideas to be exhibited side by side. So not, for example, doing an exhibition that only kind of takes in your own point of view and makes examples, the works of art of that, but like puts in conflict inside the exhibition, totally different worldviews and narratives. That's the way to kind of sort of flourish the difference.
You're done.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
I think it's time to stop now. Okay, we have a 15-20 minutes break and we'll be back so in 15 minutes for the next panel, which is about contemporary artistic research practices. I hope you will be here also for the next panel, because I guess you can be more involved in the discussion. No? Thank you very much.
Can you listen me? Is it okay?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, can you listen me? Is it fine? Or do you prefer the other one? Okay, we are fine. No, it's fine. No, yeah, I'm fine with it. From that, you use that one. Okay, so even though people are coming back, we should stick to the program and we start. I have just a few words and then I'm going to introduce our guests. Okay. This panel is specifically, as you have seen from the title, about artistic research. I'm Eva Frappicini. I'm professor at the Fine Art Academy of Brera. I'm part of the research committee of artistic research at the Fine Art of Brera. And I'm going to say a few words about artistic research, specifically, first of all, about transdisciplinarity that create new alliances among professionals and academics and disrupt systems of power that perform also inside the arts. However, this dialogue across disciplines, it doesn't happen easily. Maybe because there is a long tradition and tendency to consider more effective having a specialization, or because the system of funding do not facilitate an holistic vision of the arts. For whatever reason, this seminar represents the attempt of enforcing and creating a platform of exchanges that can evolve the debate on artistic practices. In a few minutes, you will listen 5 eminent speakers, 5 because there is also Akram Zatari online, who are facing common issues of the contemporary artistic research through the specificity of their investigations. How can we describe and maintain the independency of the artistic research from the traditional methodologies and protocols applied to the humanities? There is a persistent confrontation now in Italy, in the fine art academies, of models, rules, coming from Italian universities. I believe that the key point is in the autonomy of the practice. As argued by Johanna Harberg in another occasion, not today, artistic research cannot be defined only through the confrontation of practices. We can enrich the debate and raise awareness of a rhizomatic and endless process of progression. We should avoid to copy the university because artist practitioners in general have their own path and their own methodologies. We should build platforms and rules that can be easily adapted and also disrupted sometimes, the rules, to our processes of learning by doing. And first of all, and finally, we should remember that it's the time to overcome the distance between theory and practice. And if we produce a new knowledge, well, this is artistic research. Okay, now I start introducing our guests. First of all, Samuel Bianchini. Can I say Bianchini or Bianchini? Bianchini, even though it doesn't speak Italian, even though the name is Italian. Bianchini is an artist and professor at the École Nationale Supérieure des Arts Décoratifs, ENSAD, where he leads the reflective interaction group at ENSAD Lab, focusing on research into the interactive dispositive. He is a member of SAC laboratory at PSL University, actively supervising PhD research in art and design, and is affiliated with the Hexagram Network in Canada and the Matters of Activity Cluster at Humboldt Universitat in Berlin.
Bianchini's work has been widely exhibited, including at prestigious venues such as Centre Pompidou, Jeux de Paume, Palais de Tokyo, Benaki Museum in Athens, Art Basel, Red Brick Museum in Beijing, Nuit Blanche Toronto in Paris, at the ZKM Karlsruhe. Well, Bianchini today is going to focus the artistic research specifically inside the academia and I would say the contrast between research in the humanities and research as a practitioner. Especially, he said, how can it build communities of practice, reach audiences, and meet the academic imperative to publish or perish? While academic publishing often involves specialized writing, artists uniquely possess powerful mediums for sharing their work, exhibitions, performances, design objects, and media production. Well, thanks. The stage is yours, Samuel.
Is it okay? Okay, thank you. And I've lost my voice, so I prefer to have a microphone. I would like to go through several examples. So I'm going to do that sometime a bit superficially, but that's important for me to present you a lot of examples. So because we are going to speak about practice-based research. So here you can see the work of my previous PhD candidate, Lia Giraud, who is now an artist and professor. This is, you can see an image moving. This is an image composed with algae. Algae reacting to the light. So one of the big questions for this PhD was about how it is possible to cooperate with this kind of spaces to create living image, real living image. And for that, one of the things was to exhibit this kind of image. One of the things was to create an apparatus to maintain the live and to interact with the spaces. And so the first thing that we can see here, we have a kind of result with this image, but in the same time, we have a kind of apparatus, so we could say dispositif. Another example, it's from Yanis Lallemand, another previous former PhD student in NSAD lab, in my lab. And Yanis, in that case, worked on the fact that when you print material with 3D printing, in general, you go from the verb to the matter, you know, with a very anthropocentric position. So how could we take into account the agency of the matter itself? So, I mean, how can we, next, please. How can we consider the activity of the matter and take this data to put them inside the program in real time? So, you know, so to inform the system by the activity of the matter itself. So to discuss between the matter and the apparatus. And this work was shown in a kind of a demo situation for the PhD defense. So this is another aspect that we can discuss about how to show the practice during a defense. Another, I would like to show you now very quickly another examples of different apparatus, different piece of art. This one is called Snakeable. It's from 2020. The other one, it's from Raphaël Kerbrat, another PhD student in my lab. It's bug antenna. It's a pair of antenna moving according to the Wi-Fi around the antenna. And it's like a kind of insect, you know. And the third is an experimentation with École Polytechnique in Paris And you can see this is something strange moving, like we don't know if it's living or not. And with these three proposals, we could raise a question that could be how to and why experiment and make non-figurative robotic objects that show by their movement or even misbehavior. So there is a common problematic, we could say, with different examples. And from this problematic now, we have a large research program, and we publish a few books or text about that. The first book was published in 2016 with the Sternberg Press. It is distributed by MIT Press. And there was an exhibition on the topic in ZKM in Karlsruhe, and we were part of the exhibition and part of the catalog with the text at the beginning of the subject. Another example, it's with this installation I made for the first time in 2007, and it's called MIFORM. And you can see that when the audience go in front of the installation of the screen, they can make the point on the image according the distance with their body. So you have a kind of individual interactive relationship with the image, but in the same time, with a few individuals, you have, of course, a collective one. Here, this is another example playing with the same kind of relationship with the apparatus, with the distance. It's called a crossing value, but in that case, this is directly the distance, which is presented on the wall. So you can create a kind of shadow of activity of the audience just through the way that you can show the distance of the different part of the body of this audience in movement, of course. With these two examples, we can raise another question that could be how and why should the distance between the public and the artworks be implemented as both a psychological and physical operator. And in that case, I publish a book as well on this question. So we speak about artistic research, but we could say artistic research, if we want to define it, that could be practice-based research in art and or design. Or we could say research on creation or research creation as well. So let me focus on this expression, research and creation, because one of the big issues, one of the things that we have to do is to articulate these two polarity. And the issue, the way that we can raise problematics, because we are in the research, if you want to be in the research field, you need to treat with problematics. So the issue in general could be formalized with this double question, how and why. So we could say this is practical and artistic issues with social and or environmental impact requiring new techniques, new techniques or new technological approach. So we could speak after Bernard Stiegler and after Simondon, we could speak about a kind of organological research for art and design. So the research part could be focused on the dispositive, on the instrumental dimension, the medium, the media, the means research. With that, this is important to underline that the articulation between the two could be understand like a kind of articulation between the means and the ends, the techniques and production of art and of design. So if we keep this kind of scheme, we could articulate the means and the ends for, of course, an experimental situation. And this is an iterative methodology with two polarities. I mean, it is not necessary to begin by the ends or by the means. You can begin in the middle of the scheme, and this is very important to consider the dynamic way of that. One of the things with that, if you focus on the research as a collective one, you can focus in on the means, the instrument, the method, the techniques, the practical issue. This is something that you can do in a collective, with a collective approach, with a community of practice. And the creation could stay singular. When I say singular, I don't say only individual. It could be collective as well. But, you know, there is a distinction between the research and the creation in that case. And the other thing that we have to consider that in this kind of dynamic between the means and the ends, this is very important to include the public. So the experimentation is not just an experimentation in the lab or in the studio, but could be a public experimentation. And in that case, you need to study, you need to observe what happens during the experimentation. Here you have a kind of scheme to summarize very quickly what kind of research we can develop with a practice-based approach. But with that, because we can involve the audience, there is another question about how we can publish from the art and design if we create artifact, if we create this kind of very practical situation. And publishing is primarily about making the idea or things public. So with that, we know that in art and science, we have a lot of means to publish. So to share form, to share situation with audience. It is not just a question of publishing text, you know, of publishing essay, short paper, long paper, and so on. So here we propose something. It's to work on this kind of very specific field, which we can call experimental publicization. So it could be something between art and science to explore new format, to share not just the knowledge, but to share the experience as well with an audience. So I would like to show you a few examples about that. One is, you know, we know very well the workshop situation in art and design, but how can we imagine to have a public workshop? And in that case, with a radio. So we organize this kind of public workshop in the Centre Georges Pompidou in Paris with something like 100 researchers in a lot of disciplines coming from sciences, humanities, art, design, and so on. So it was very practice-based, so, you know, hands-on situation. And with the radio, that's very interesting because if you integrate a radio in this kind of situation, we provoke a kind of reflective situation. So this is something that we have to consider. It is not just a question about theory, but it's a question about how to reflect by the practice, through the practice, based on the practice. And so this is another situation to share our experience. It's called Dissect. It's a part one table, part live performance, a kind of multidisciplinary debate with work of contemporary art and design and staged in an experimental apparatus. So here you can see this is a kind of dissection situation that we can explore to discuss about art and design and to mix together a kind of practice on the table as we can do with a dissection, but a way to reflect about that with different persons coming from different disciplines. It was another situation in Berlin with Thomas Saraceno in this very, very amazing theater, anatomy theater, anatomy theater for animals. And in that case, it was for spider. So another situation, and you can see that we can mix together, we want to mix together scientific form, shape, and artistic one. This one is about, you know, there is this kind of poster session, which is very interesting for sciences. but we can revisit that with this is a poster brunch. So we organize, we design a very specific table. At the beginning, it was like just to show a poster, but after that, it's for a table. And so we can speak around the table, eating together between scientists, artists, designer, and audience. Another situation that we can explore, it's a demo. So how can we use a demo as a format to share the knowledge by the practice, So how to associate the verb and the gesture as a kind of performance. In that case, we can use the demo as a new format for the PhD defense. So how to integrate the gesture during the format. It was 1.5 years ago at the Centre Georges Pompidou. We organized the defense as a kind of exhibition, as a kind of public event. And during the performance, during the defense, the young artist Raphaël Kerbrat made a demo, 3 little demos. And I would like to finish just by another very important project for us is with this with this question about the publication and new format for publication for the art and design, but not only from the art and design, working with other discipline. And in that case, the idea was to publish, to say, okay, we are practice-based. We use a lot of other form than rather than the text. So how can we publish? We can publish through the visual mainly. So the proposal, it's a multi-platform image-based journal for the practice-based research at the intersection of art, design, and the sciences. And it's called ABLE. So you are welcome if you want to join us. We can see the. I'm not sure that we can see the address is ablejournal.org. And so this is a journal. We have now 2 years, and we have 5 original formats to publish: Zoomable, Panable, Storyable, Scrollable, and Videoable. And so you can see that online, and it's multi-support, including the paper. So you can print your own issue from the platform. And this is really dedicated, for this kind of research, real practice-based research coming from the art and design, but dealing with the other discipline. Thank you.
Well, you were super fast. 14 minutes, even less than 20. You want to add something?
I think it's okay. Yeah, it was a kind of, a lot of example in a very short time. So yeah, maybe we can discuss about ABLE because I have so many things to explain. Yeah, so.
We'll come back.
Okay.
Okay, now it's time for Elena Cologni. Thanks a lot, Samuel. I take time. Okay, Elena Cologni is artist and academic who trained at the Brera Academy of Fine Arts in Milan and the University of Leeds. She is now a professor at the Anglia Ruskin University in Cambridge. She earned a PhD in arts and philosophy at the University of Arts London, Central St. Martin in 2004, followed by a postdoctoral position on mediatized performance and memorization processes funded by the Arts and Humanities, Research Council. After roles at the University of Lincoln, the University of Cambridge, and the IartNET, University of the Arts, she's now a professor, as I said, at the Cambridge School of Art, Anglia Ruskin University. It's a very long bio, but I remember I just scored a few collaborations she had, like Vessel in Bari in 2013, Freud Museum in London, 2016 and 19, and Workplaces at Italian Pavilion, Venice Biennale in 2021, Crespi UNESCO Workers' Village. Her feminist care work as featured at Homertown College and in Cambridge, Getty Research Institute, and Sapienza University in Rome. Okay, so speaking about your topic, you questioned the relationship between knowing and creativity and how tacit knowledge emerges in creative research. She said, should we distinguish practice from practice research, or is this distinction outdated? Art practice research is original and rigorous, significantly influencing academia by challenging traditional methodologies and opening new paths. However, I propose that academic artistic research can be seen as a genre. Quoting Bishop, 2023. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm gonna, again, I've got loads of pictures and I'm gonna read over it. So I don't know how these will work, but I will just do that when, thank you. Tracing my creative journey reveals its deep connection to the evolution of art as vital research tool. My practice contributed to shaping the consolidation of a context of artistic academic research in the UK, and I will therefore briefly discuss it chronologically as it intersected with, while at time resisting, rules and requirements from within, opening up new possibilities. I will then refer to the system of measuring quality and impact according to the UK government research excellence framework exercise, the last of which I led for my current institution. For over 2 decades now, researchers have explored questions through innovative approaches embedded in various forms of art. Although research-based art is a global phenomenon, it is inseparable from the rise of doctoral programs for artists in the West, specifically in Europe in the early 90s. According to a 2012 survey conducted by art historian James Elkins, 73 institutions in Europe offered PhDs in studio art, 42 of which were in the UK alone, only 5 in Canada, 7 in the US, and 4 in Brazil. So the UK was at the forefront of, in this process, but there is a political reason behind this. In 1998, the Culture Secretary Chris Smith questioned assumptions about the need to devote attention to halting the long decline in agriculture and manufacturing, and instead drew attention to a group of creative industries, the fine arts prominent among them, that had been booming at the time. They had, he suggested, generated some 50,000 jobs and 60 billion in revenues between 1997 and 1998. Meanwhile, the number of artists to achieve recognition and exercise influence on an international stage has also grown. Of course, this was due to Britain's achievements on international art stage due to the quality of the higher education system. A model which exemplifies a change in art university education is that of the University of the Arts, where I did my PhD, which was part of a process of their validation as a degree award in Power University in 2004. The first degree of this kind was awarded in 1974 when the article that you see there, G33.7, gave to candidates the opportunity to add in creative material to their written thesis. Well, a while has passed since, but it was in the 90s when the central question in this context was, can visual art practice be accepted as a form of research? And responding to this question was my own PhD, which through practice adopted strategies to challenge representation of the self in Western culture and proposed an alternative to the modernist subject, emphasizing the relational nature of fruition processes. And this was then to evolve and manifest in the dialogic approaches still at the core of my practice today. So just look through these. I'm not going to read them all, but basically it's to say that since then, my interest in the interchange between artist and audience has been developed and continued and still is at the core of my work, including various sort of underpinned by different theories, as you can see, from post-structuralism to phenomenology, which is really very central to my work, and feminist care aesthetics, which is the most recent ongoing interest. in terms of recipients and contaminations, and the main reference of which is really work by Elena Puccini, Italian, of course. So these were adopted in my interdisciplinary practice, consistently engaging with themes of identity, memory, and place. However, research tools also became embedded in my practice and overlapped with its central issues, like issues of temporality and documentation in the site-specific performance at the National Portrait Gallery at the time. At the time of my study, though, I was coming from painting and sculpture, the performative turn was permeating culture, and it had called attention to the expressive dimension of both actions and action-based events, including stage social culture. And it focused, it was a groundbreaking how it was the specific contribution to the critical analysis of processes. The performative turn represented an additional reorientation, a fundamental shift from a central structure, the central concept of structure, to the guiding idea of social process, performance as a paradigm process. So we were asked at the time to carry on studio practice, but apply methodologies that were coming from sciences and social sciences and hard sciences. But I refused to do that. And instead, I was part of this research project, which tried to look into what practice research was and come up with some sort of definition, and realize that we couldn't really come up with any particular specific definition. And so practice research and practice-based research are thus frequently used interchangeably to suggest the crucial relationship in research between theory and practice. So making was really central at the time, and it became also, and so a number of new strategies arose from considering research requirements within, from within, including data collection for research purposes, and it's something I also played with myself, like in this performance, which was based on George Herbert Mead's theory of social self in terms of how we relate to others and how our self depends on that. Similarly, in Drawing Sense from 2002, these recorded the reaction to the presented sense that was going to fill the room with a colored projection, influencing the following engagement, thus making the pseudo-scientific attempt void, in a paradoxical, underlying the paradoxical nature of artistic research. Yeah. So really in these works and in the work to come, my work is driven by the understanding of experience as a vehicle for knowledge, leading to producing a sort of practical knowledge intended as a form of insight embodied in what we do in the world. I can go. As before, my research has been developing since 1999 in collaboration not only with spectators and participants, but also with academics from other disciplines in a transdisciplinary way. In my experience, through opening up to different modes of productions that also encompass collaborations from other disciplines, the very research process is art practice. For me, this is research as art as research. Mnemonic Present Unfolding series is the outcome of my postdoc, which was funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council between 2004-2006. And it tested ideas of the self in relation to memory, imagination, and the concept of home. It was, the practical work was partially drawn from Derrida's notion of supplement to understand documentation, and a collaboration with cognitive psychologist Thomas Suddendorf, he was interested in self-recognition through time delays, which I used in these performances, contributing to reappraisal of the contemporary debate in liveness. And then we can sort of show these, that these are the projects removed, and also after these, you can move on. Spacious, they do relate to similar issues of time and how sort of and the relational element in the work as well. In this particular one, species present is a concept by philosopher psychologist Jamie Williams that relates to illusory nature of presentness and introduces also the element of interdependence of participants in the way in which they moved on the platform depended on their interconnections. And this is another project to do with how participants relate to one another. So practice, yeah. So, and the collaborative nature of my work is really based on thinking about the idea of practice relating to phronesis, that is really referring to the idea of social action as opposed to poiesis that relates to the concept of making solely. Okay. Move on. I'm trying to, but also I wanted to reflect on the relationship between theory and practice, and how Deleuze perceived these relationship specifically between philosophy and art as a system of relays within a larger sphere with a multiplicity of parts that are both theoretical and practical. And again, going to the meaning of theory as contemplation, witness, and theoros as participants, these may indicate theory as a mode of participation in practice. Okay, and this is referencing to Claire Bishop's, who thinks that that today research-based art is nothing novel. It is present, is mandatory in any series of exhibition, and she suggests that research-based art may be a new art genre as well, and that's what I also believe. Now, my current research refers to the concept of caring with, which comes from care ethics or feminist care aesthetics, and it's a specific approach to participatory practice, which you can read through there, the details of it. I also wanted to add to what's written there, which I've forgotten about, that my most recent publications refer to my practice in terms of the notion of percipience, which informs feminist ethics, positioning embodied care and also effective reversibility, and also in relation to, as I mentioned before, Elena Puccini models of the contaminated subject in terms of what is left of us in the other that we relate to. And this was really at the core of a solo exhibition I had in Venice, curated by Gabi Scardi, which included a number of projects. That one of which was at the Homerton College at Cambridge University, and position issues of care and at the center rather than at the margins of society. And another one that is Seeds of Attachment, that again was developed with various collaborators, as you can see, that was investigating attachment between parent and child and with place. And this is taken us now to me in collaboration with Mother Art Collective, who are a collective based in LA. That after a funding from the Getty Research Institute, where I was able to spend time and work with them and research their archive, we are preparing an exhibition at the LAC in La Sapienza in Rome. And another ongoing project is the body of work, which was presented at the Venice Biennale of Architecture in 2021, which is trying to dismantling the monolithic idea of the monument to celebrate invisible histories of women labor in the city, to propose the idea of the unmonument, which is unfixed and never changing. And you can see some images of the work done then, which was being presented in different places, both at the Biennale and then in the city of Venice. And these will be, again, sort of the next leg is the Heon Gallery, Downing College in Cambridge. And then it will go to Santiago del Chile. I just wanted to, though, and this is another project of the University of Pisa, which is still in development, and it's sort of presenting problematic issues to do with the current global crisis, and that's why the project is still in development in relation to the local communities and international communities. So I wanted to now sort of just tell you that the particularly the caring with is at the core of an impact case study for the Research Excellence Framework in the UK. And in this context, I just wanted to put there the definition, which is impact refers to the demonstrable effect or contribution that research has had on the wider world, on the academic community. And again, I'm not going to read that. You can read it for yourself. But basically, it's just to say that there is a strong emphasis on impact of research, including of artistic research and creative research at this point in the UK. And I think that it is important to think about it, not because otherwise research is not worth researching, but it's just that we cannot produce research away from everything that is happening in the world. And so some ways of connections and some ways of impact will manifest in terms of, and so I think it's a useful tool, even though it comes from above and it comes from the government. This one time I think might be useful. So I know it's recorded, but you know, it's just so the title of these impact case studies at the moment is called Caring With: Dialogic Sculptures and Spatialized Art Practice, a New Feminist Care Aesthetics Supporting Wellbeing and Inclusion by Reactivating Our Connection with Places. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
You too, you rushed a lot. And 40 minutes as well. We should do 40 minutes rather than 20. Okay, so now we have Akram Zatari. I don't know how it works. Akram?
Do you see me?
Are you there? It's
Yes.
coming. Okay, because we are...
Do you see my photo? No. Do you see my...
Okay. Hi, Akram.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you listen me? Me.
Okay, now I understand why you need to cut the the sound. Okay, it works, right?
It's right.
Okay, just let me figure.
Has created over 50 films and videos, a dozen books, and numerous installations featuring photographic material unified by a commitment to writing histories. His work explores excavation, political resistance, the lives of former militants, the legacy of waning left, the circulation of images during wartime, and the temporal play of letter lost, found, and delayed in their journeys. Zatari has been instrumental in shaping Beirut's contemporary art scene, contributing to its formal, intellectual, and institutional framework. As a co-founder of the Arab Image Foundation in 1997, an artist-led initiative dedicated to studying and preserving photography in the Arab world, Zatari has made profound contributions to discourses on photography, archival practices, and preservation. His 2-decade-long project on Studio Sherazad, 1953-2016, and its founder, Hashem El-Madani, offers a singular exploration of 5 decades of image production, seen through the lens of an artist studying a photographer's universe. Zatari's work has been featured at Documenta 13, 2012, and the Venice Biennale, 2013, where he represented the Lebanon. His films include The Landing, 2019, 28 Nights, and The Poem, 2015, and This Day, 2003. His work are held in prestigious collections worldwide, including the Guggenheim Museum, MoMA, Tate Modern, Centre Pompidou, and Sharjah Art Foundation. Zatari remains a leading figure in redefining contemporary art and photography. Okay, now I'm going to introduce a little bit the theme of your contribution. You started from the Paul Valéry critique of museums to discuss a little bit the controversial relationship between the document, the photography, the history, and how we can discuss and we can interact with these documents with the archive. Father and son highlights, especially, you will speak about that, ongoing engagement with themes of displacement, history, and the archival, shedding light on how documents and artifacts transcend their traditional roles to become central to artistic narratives. Thank you to be with us, Akram. The stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I will just go straight to the presentation. From Document to Venus takes the saying of Paul Valéry, which was a critique to the museum that builds knowledge around works of art and bring details knowledge about masterpieces of art, saying Venus changé en document, Venus changed into document. In other terms, what he means is like the aura of Venus has been broken, and it's spoon feeding to the public is a little bit scandalizing in his point of view. So I took 20 years of my practice and my interest in documents, photographic or else, to a little bit, because I totally hear him and I appreciate his input to discourse, but I want to also conversate with him because art has changed enormously in the last 100 years. He wrote his text in 1923, and it was a very courageous text, a very courageous critique of the museum as an apparatus. But whether it's linked to colonial tradition or not, he is criticizing the impurity of walking into a space and finding bits and pieces from everywhere with no respect to origin nor scale. In other terms, he part of him wants the museum to be like a perfect palazzo with sculptures designed in situ for specific locations, with paintings made for specific walls, like in churches. Sadly, the museum is not that. And this is exactly what he tries to criticize. And he also tries to criticize the transformation of art, or the migration of art from its medium into what he calls document. And document can be textual, but can be so many other things. Sketches can be documentary sketches. Photographs can be made for so many reasons, especially nowadays. You need photographs for your insurance. You need photographs in the medical sector. You need photographs in the police. So all of those are documents as well. And my engagement with the discourse of Paul Valéry comes from here. So from 1998, sorry. I am not able to browse through slides having this here. So I will stop share. Can you see? Okay. I don't know why, like this happens sometimes with some institutions, but I will try it differently. Now I'll try sharing again. Yeah, so I can see it is moving. Yeah, perfect. So the first slide is a document I seized from a newspaper in Lebanon in 1982. This is an Israeli airplane. This is a picture of an Israeli airplane in the skies over Lebanon from 1982. I scanned the paper. So this is a projection not of the digital scan of the picture, but the scan of the newspaper that published the photograph. And in 2 years ago, I was invited to take part of this exhibition, Room with a View, Abi Warburg, Florence, and the Laboratory of Image, which was held at the Uffizi, when they invited a few contemporary artists to just intervene in between the panels of Abi Warburg. And while visiting the Uffizi, I decided that this will be my intervention. This is the ceiling in one of the rooms where the exhibition took place, and there is a lacuna. There is a void that is that happened due to Second World War when the Uffizi building was bombed, and the bombing necessitated a huge renovation process. The painters who repainted the ceiling inserted at some points photographed of the destroyed neighborhood of the Uffizi. So it was an insert from 1945 into a 16th century or 15th century ceiling. And they kept a few lacunas without any anything like this. And I decided that this is going to be the canvas. And I decided to do this this crazy thing of bringing an image of an airplane that would make the ceiling look perforated, look broken. And the airplane was, the photo of the airplane was imported onto a video a projection. So it was projected in its stillness as a video. So I did not travel myself to the exhibition. So someone sent me this image from which was like an image from a cell phone. And sorry for the quality, but at least it communicates this huge sliding of something away from its original habitat, original medium, and it migrated it by force into something else, into another place, into another. And I'm interested in doing these sometimes performative gestures with images or documents that don't belong to where they are today, but I am behind this push, let's say. And this is my practice. So in 1998, I started this huge research in the Middle East that led, or that was in parallel to the formation of the Arab Image Foundation, which is an organization that I co-founded with other photographers. And we started collecting pictures, first from our friends and then from people who we knew or our parents knew. And we traveled to Egypt, Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Jordan, and Morocco and Algeria. So my first project was trying to take photographs with kids and try to redo them with grown-ups, men and women. So in a way, I was commenting on gestures and gender, but I was also commenting on new and old and sometimes places. A year later, 1998, I did a long interview with photographer Van Leo, who was back then in his mid-80s. He died a few years after I met him. And I was fascinated by his self-portraits. His self-portrait, like decades before Cindy Sherman, but this is not important that it came decades before Cindy Sherman. What his intention was not to produce art, but to produce a catalog to show to his customers the possibilities provided by this great medium that is photography, because you can present yourself as an aviator, as a prisoner, as a lover. You can do theater in front of the camera, and the camera would record it and show it to others the way you want. 1999, I did the vehicle, and I was fascinated how any vehicles featured in the lives of people and made it to their albums everywhere in the world, from Latin America to China, through the Middle East, Europe, and North America. And it was a fascinating discovery for me. For example, this, it's funny, but this photograph has on its back, in English, not always on a camel, but on a BMW as well. And this is why I jumped on it immediately. This is from Palestine, by the way. That's also from the same project where you see the car becoming this piece of furniture. You drive with it and you stop and use it to sit down on it and be photographed with the model that you like, which could be significant of status, but also of respect or adoration of technology. Famous Abdel Halim Hafez, this is a photograph on a set of a film, Egyptian film, with Mariam Fakhreddin and Abdel Halim Hafez, where the car is definitely shining. I'm gonna also go quickly because I will go beyond 15 minutes. And you see, even these are photographs by Hashim al-Madani in Saida, in my hometown, in the early 50s. Hashim al-Madani used to seize moments where people don't come to the studio, so he would leave the studio and seek people in their place of work. And these are kids who work at mechanics ateliers, fixing cars. So these cars are not theirs, but they want to be photographed with them. And I admire this playfulness with the medium, this innocence also of using the medium. Sometimes these kids did not pay for their pictures, because I know from discussions with Madani, not every person who asked him to be photographed end up buying the photograph. And they become a little bit repetitive after a while, because once people see the photograph of their friends sitting on a vehicle or doing a certain gesture, they want to do that for themselves as well. So it becomes like a way to propagate fashions and sometimes values. All of those are late 40s to late 50s. And these are all people who work on fixing trucks or cars. And this is how I met Hashim al-Madani. I went to him because a friend of my family told me that he took a lot of photographs of mechanics. So I went to him while working on the vehicle, and I continued working with him until he died in 2016. In 2002, I made my largest project back then with Walid Rad, mapping sitting. Mapping sitting was an approach to looking at a wealth of photographic practices that I had researched within the Arab Image Foundation, and then invited Walid to collaborate on this project. And we kind of decompressed, or we decomposed this practice the way we understood it, and the way people used it. Mapping this, what you see here, for example, is a set of 3,000 portraits of people photographed by Antranik Anouchian, who was an Armenian photographer from Tripoli, North Lebanon. And we got hold of these simple descriptive passport photographs, and we started inventing categories. Why categories? Because photographers had to invent categories in order to classify their archive. When they are asked, for a reproduction, if it's for a wedding, for example, they will go to a section in there where they have all the weddings by year, organized by year. So it's always by year and something else. Sometimes men alone, sometimes women alone, sometimes men and women together, and sometimes dear clients would have their own boxes of negatives in the studio. So we started playing with when men wearing glasses, and this is men wearing glasses, women wearing pendants or necklaces with something in the middle, and all of a sudden you realize crosses, you realize Quran, you realize Ayat al-Kursi, which is like also a Quranic thing, or sometimes decorative stuff that are so much telling about the period. And this is how we organize them. So they are clustered in space. That is the book. But in space, they had they were clusters going in and out of each other, and people could spend hours trying to go from cluster to another. Men with hats, for example, women with scarves, etc., etc. Another section was itinerant photography, and this is also the work of Hashim al-Madani, who used to go and seize hunting for customers outside the studio in the afternoon. No one would come to the studio on a hot afternoon in Saida. Everyone is by the seaside. So we started working on the codification of photographs, highlighting certain postures that the photographer invented and gave to clients to use. And for him, that was his signature in very spontaneous and unpretentious ways. Mapping sitting also, we used these two series of photographs made by what used to be called surpriseur. A surpriser is a photographer who is there in a piazza and takes passers-by by surprise and take pictures of them and then come to them saying, oh, I took a picture of you. Would you like to have a copy of it? If you like to have a copy of it, this is a number, a ticket. Please bring it to the studio next day and you can take the picture. And we organized those as films. So we took a lot of photographs in the same location, and we built the canvas around it, using like compositing pictures. And we did East, Tel Square in Tripoli East, and Tel Square looking west. And this is the result. It looks like speeding up a surveillance camera that was present there. But there was no video back then this is also the 50s. We used the black and white archives in order to convey this idea of moving camera or moving film. Same time, I was working on Her plus Him Van Leo, which is the interview that I made with Armenian Egyptian photographer Van Leo, who took the self-portraits. And I was becoming really interested in the details of a photographer's practice because this is not communicated through the documents. It's something that is hiding in the documents.
I like to do everything by myself, 100% perfect.
After 2002, after when we did together with Walid Raad Mapping Sitting, we decided to start criticizing it. It was too complete for us, and it was shown in so many places in the world. And one of the things that we reproach to ourselves is really being too playful, too witty in a way, which I would still like, but I think, and that was the case because many of the photographers we had dealt with in Mapping Sitting were not alive. Antranik Anouchian was not alive, for example. Madani was the only one who was still alive. So there was a limit to what you can discover without having the human being, this register. So with Hashim al-Madani, I decided to do dozens of hours of recordings. And this is how my work on the Studio Shahrazad became more like an archaeology of the 20th century through photography, but also the archaeology of the machines of image production through the work of city photographer. These are samples of the work I did with Hashim al-Madani. I also made a film about him and about the idea of what it is like to announce a photographer's studio as an archaeological site for field work. For example, these are sister and brother. When I talked to Madani about how does he orchestrate the figuration, how the poses, he said, I give women certain poses like this or like this, and I give men different poses like that. But the effeminate person who came to the studio was assigned a feminine posture, which I thought is really interesting. But I'm just giving you the cream of the research very, very quickly. People would be disguising themselves in 1950s in a very, very, very conservative city. And this is exactly why men and women could not kiss, could not hold each other in near a camera. But men and men could. Women and women could. They could even kiss. So what does this do to our understanding of codes of behavior? It can turn them completely upside down, because these have nothing to do with same-sex love. These have to do with the impossibility of kissing another sex on camera. And when you look, Hashim al-Madani had a movie theater underneath. The movie theater was called Cinema Shahrazad. And he decided to call the studio, when he opened it in 1953, Studio Shahrazad. And people would come from the movie theater downstairs, upstairs, to take photographs. This is a photograph from a still from a film, Egyptian film, that played in the theater underneath that year. So you understand a little bit that fashion spreads so quickly into a photographic studio. Many things that I collected are interesting socially, like these, for example. One day I asked Hashim al-Madani, did photography ever cost you a trouble? He said, yes, this is only one time. This crazy man came to me and accused me of taking pictures of his wife without his agreement. And I told him, I don't know which pictures you are talking about. So they had to bring all the negatives that he took in the past week, and they found the woman. It's the woman on the right. But Madani, when they decided to turn the negative unusable by scratching it, they scratched by mistake the woman's friend, which is on the left. Which means when you scan these, this is the effect that you get. And it's an effect that would have normally pushed an artist not to use these pictures, because they are destroyed or kind of broken. I decided to use them because I'm not after perfection. I'm interested in how these incidents can enlighten me in this archaeological project. And then I did promenades after doing studio practices. I did also with Madani promenades, which targeted 4 areas of promenade in the city where the photographer would go in times of festivities and holidays to take pictures of people. In other terms, hunting for customers who would not normally come to him. He would have to go and be present on site in order for him. This is Hashim al-Madani, and this is how he would dress up in the fields when he would go take pictures of people. And these are his competitors, but his friends as well. So he would always tell me, you need to be extremely well dressed because you need to radiate with respect. You want people to respect you and have confidence in trusting you their photographs. I'm gonna scratch quickly. And later, in 2009, I did a very performative project with his images. I took photographs of shop owners standing at the doors of their shops in the early 50s, when in the daytimes there was no electricity inside shops. So he had to ask them to walk out a little bit at the door so they would be photographed. And what did I do? I took these photographs and installed them in the exact shops today. So I had to talk to the owners. Some of them ended up being the kids of the persons in photographs, like this one. He is the son of the person in photograph, and I installed the photograph above the telephone in his. And I produced a map with 42 different locations and 42 different images, where people who want to go look at the exhibition will have to walk the whole city in a way that reminds us of Hashim al-Madani's itinerary during the afternoon in Saida. 28 Nights and a Poem was the title of the film I made about him, but also a visual arts projects with the cabinets. I took all the different objects in his studio and treated them like objects coming out of an excavation. When I display them, they are like that. What's in those cabinets? They are photographs of all the tools that he used. I kind of carefully classified them and took photographs of them as if they are really irreplaceable. I took care of them, I took them seriously, and I made with them these cabinets. And I love these specific ones because he never threw away a short pencil. He would always find a way to attach a stick to it and still continue using it. And this is if you want the contact print of all the 28 objects. This is why the film is called 28 Nights and a Poem. In 2017, I did this project called Against Photography, which is about things recorded onto photographs, but not without the intention of the photographer. Things that got recorded onto a negative, for example, because it was flooded 50 years after it was taken, and then flooding left those traces. So I recreated that in real size. The original glass plate was 10 by 12. Or 16 by 12, I think, or 10 by 12, I don't remember. And I blew it up so that the figure recorded on it becomes real size. This is 210 height by 180. And that was Against Photography, was a project. We need to stop, right?
Akram?
Yes?
You have 1 minute more.
Okay, great. So yeah, perfectly. So
yeah,
Against
you have
Photography,
1 minute.
So Against Photography was this trying to reverse, in other terms, not take the contents of photographs only as primary material, but also look at the back of a picture, look at the negative, see what happened to it. And you would realize that history has left its marks, not only on what's inside the frame, but everywhere on the frame itself, if the photograph was framed, on the boxes that contain negatives, and everywhere. So I leave you here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay. We had some technical issue, but we got it. Okay, we will get back for questions, and then now we go further. We have another guest to introduce, Rosita Mariani. Rosita is from the Accademia Teatro alla Scala. She's a dancer, so we are moving to a different domain, completely different domain. She trained extensively in postmodern dance with Diane Madden, in the way of Diane Madden, Simone Forti, Big Chic, Jeremy Nelson, Lance Grice, and go further. And she used to train also content improvisation, just quoting Ivan Wolf, ballet, Deborah Weaver, Walter Venditti, Limon Technique, Ruth Carrier, and experiential anatomy, Eva Karzak. Mariani holds certification as a SME, somatic movement educator, and dance educator. From 1986 to 2001, she worked as a freelancer, professional dancer, collaborating with Deborah Weaver, Terry J. Wickel, Ariella Vidac, Roberto Castello, Robert Wilson, and Meg Harper, Piccolo Teatro di Milano, among others. And in 1994, she co-founded Trio Colibri with Igor Sciavolino and Paolo Franciscone, exploring the interplay between body and sound. With Cinzia Severino, she co-founded Lucy Lab Evoluzioni, a group dedicated to researching humanity in motion. Between 2006 and 2023, she directed Company Where, creating performances for diverse spaces, stage, urban environment, museums, and private homes, producing site-specific works and dance films. I know that you will introduce us to Sensitive Animals, an artistic research project, and you have for us a small lab, in a way, interactive also. So you will engage the audience now in a small exercise.
Thank you. Mi sentite? Okay. Okay. Just before starting, I just would like to invite you to take a moment to enjoy the silence. It's a very few moments to enjoy the silence, stay. And I have just a little question to ask. Do we have a body or we are bodies? And I propose this question because for me it's a precondition to work with persons, professional dancers or not, in any kind of dance project, and also here in this situation. And probably now we are thinking that we are not dancing because we are seated on the chair for a very long time. And all the attention is concentrated in this side of the room and the screen, the words. But in a deep part of ourselves, it's possible to feel the presence of a little rhythm or very small movements that are going. And our inner life is moving and in a visible way. So I just would like to ask you to close your eyes for a little while, if you would like. You are not obliged. And just bring your attention to yourself. And take a moment just to let your perceptions arrive. What do you feel? Take your time. And if you want, put your attention to your hands and just start moving them into the space around you, as you like.
You can reach the space around, or just pull the space to yourself, to the center. Touch the space. Penetrate the space. Caress. Or cut the space with your hands. Choose what is your favorite, and just stay a little bit to practice this movement. Feel the quality of your movement, the rhythm, that is your own rhythm, your own quality. If you want, you can open your eyes a little bit and just enjoy to be together with others, to move. We are not alone. And we can finish, and if you desire, you can close your eyes just for a little while and feel the resonance in your hands, in your space around, in yourself. A little resonance of this very, very small experience. And if we are with eyes closed, we can open and just gradually connect our inner self to environment around, to the person close to your seat, and then open the attention to the space around, to the audience, to the speakers. How do you feel? Okay, thank you. To be so friendly. This brief moment of tuning from a somatic experience to a little dance is here to prepare us to dive in a little speech about somatic practice and dance making. And to talk about this project named Sensitive Animals, I just would like to bring out from this experience some keywords. As the field of the dance and the body is not so usual, and I think we require a little work on the words. Somatics and dance. What do we mean when we talk about somatic practices? I think that the field is wide, but it's possible to find a key principle in recognition of body intelligence. On a deeper level, body cells recognize themselves, giving us an experience of awareness, definable with the word embodiment. Something completely subjective that finds support in the universality of principle of biology, physiology, and anatomy maps reflect the basic project that all humans share. And the focal point is on humans as bodies and not on humans with the bodies, as we experimented at the beginning. We are a unity, an integrated body-mind living self who feels, communicates, thinks, and dance also.
Development of somatic practices occurred in the 20th century and was interconnected with dance in many ways. In my experience, the potential of this relationship emerged meeting the approach of body-mind centering about 20 years ago, and this meeting produced a sort of deflagration in my dance practice as a performer and also as choreographer and teacher, radical change in my sensitivity and my gaze on contemporary creation. The study of body-mind centering is initiated by Barney Bembridge-Cohen in the 70s and is still very much alive. And it's based on foundation of anatomy, physiology, psychology, and knowledge of the development of movement from conception to the first years of life. It uses a variety of theoretical functional principles and practices in the exploration of all body system, breathing and vocalization, senses and perception through the art of the hand touch and movement. It's not a technique. It's not a method. It's an approach to the person, to the human beings. And we are the material of the study, but our body and our mind are the tools for exploring the infinite aspect of movement, the quality of the movement and its expression. The body-mind centering approach is the one I use in my work every day, and that I've chosen to share with dancers, students, and artists. And the first word I would like to bring out to redefine what is the meaning of this word for me now, after all this year of practice, is the word dance. What is? And dance could be defined in many different ways. If we focus on steps, rhythms, or aesthetics, usually the difficulty to define it is resolved by specifying a genre like ballet, contemporary, modern, hip-hop, Afro. But what remains if the labels of dance genres are taken away? Over the years, I negotiated many times with those questions, and I don't have just one exhaustive answer. I can just collect and give back what my daily love story with dance leaves me, what I understood until now. Dance is the art of humans in movement, a direct way to express themselves, and it's a communication process, a concrete artistic practice with a higher level of exposition and a lot of sweat to protect from vulnerability. It could be expression of a community, but also a means to build a community. Dance is an intentional dialogue between space, time, energy, and the way to honor the kinesthetic intelligence. As art of the body, inextricably intertwines nature and culture. A dance can explore nature, connecting biology with poetry. Dance requires a real presence, a total existence in body, mind, self. Art intangible and impermanent. Dance remains as a vibrational trace in the cellular memory of those who have danced, and through mirror neurons, those who have seen dance, just in a unique here and now, unrepeatable. A dance should be transformative, subversive, sacred, and then sometimes is a dialogue with the invisible. At this point, another word, who is the choreographer. And I prefer to use the expression dance maker to define this word for me, because make it easier to accept the position of those who don't know. And in the real practice, continuously happen to have a global vision of the project, of the necessary process, but not the total control of the concrete realization and not on the final result. And this is the most interesting part for me. A dance maker, I think, must be sincerely interested in people and works as a guide, a mediator, a meiotic operator, available to be passed through by her own process, open to deviation and capable to re-elaborating what happens, and able to trust in dancers. And who are dancers? For more than 3 decades, I did periodically an activity that I define as human watching, observing the movement of people in public spaces. And I saw many dancing humans, someone totally unconscious, others with a secret dance managing the balance in the subway, a collection of the autobiographies revealed by walks and posters. And for me, the person who dances with honesty and full involvement, whatever is the reason for doing so, becomes in that moment a biopoetic creature, a being in a state of dance, to use Simon Forti's words. And in contemporary languages, professional dancers, dance students, movers are, in my experience, the most curious explorer of movement, kind of sensitive animals, always balancing on the hyphen between body and mind, no longer limited by a formal or aesthetic reference. The interest of dancers now is shifting toward research on movement for themselves, on the discovery of a personal dancing voice, in a circular dialogue between the signals of subtle interiority and the expansion of action in the space of the word. And therefore, dancers are in different ways co-author of dance works. Define dancers as sensitive animals decided the name of this artistic research project dedicated to dance making, and addresses to dancing people. As it started as an exploration about dialogue between somatic experiences, contemporary codes, transmission, and artistic creation, and gradually is configuring as a corpus of practices, welcoming all differences and open to meet other languages of art. I say that I do not create the project, but it's more correct to say that the project has created itself during the time, exploring, studying, creating, and teaching in a daily practice of sharing dance, making with different kinds of people, professional dancers, musicians, young dancers in professional educational programs, which I do for the most of my time, actually, and dance teachers in training, performers, authors as a support of their creative process, children in public school, group of multidisciplinary research on body, groups of persons with different abilities, adults and elders in love with movement. And the aim of this project is to develop creative processes, facilitating awareness of resources, discovering and nourishing personal voices, creating a common ground to share ideas and performance. Meeting different communities, a somatic approach creates a comfortable environment, a safe zone in which it's possible to feel welcome and respected, an essential condition for me to be free to express. And when I approach a new project, or in a course, or in a creation, with different subjects, with different purposes, this project is not the subject. My first starting point is always to relate it to persons, proposing embodied experiences to create spoken and not spoken vocabulary inside that specific dance community. In this way, at the same time, persons are the center of the process, and the project is in the center of a circle of humans. And creation is a shared process carried forward, taking care of the process itself, the persons involved, and also the quality of communication inside the artistic group and in the fundamental relationship with the audience. I have just one last thing to say. At the present moment, this project is a generator of dance making other projects, and in progress with different classes of students at the moment. And it's also offering support to the project of one artist, young choreographer, Elisa Sbaragli, and is the underlayer key to a participatory art performance that I perform as a dancer, creator, and performer that is named Cartoline dal Corpo. It's postcards from body. And it's in an interactive work with the audience and to create together a performance. And I dance as just an intermediary, a mediator. And the very, very last thing, I have a lot of questions about how this work can meet all the rest of the society that is not involved in artistic process. And I'm trying to create some conditions to do this. And what I would like to realize at the end come from another word, from our somatic little practice we did at the beginning, and it's resonance. Usually I do this, I invite persons to take a time to listen this, to feel this vibrational rest of the experience. And being a resonance creates a space to let the experience write itself deeply into cellular memories. And the time is finished. And so it can be assessed again when we would like to go back to this experience, to this feeling, and to use it to inform the process. The vibration, resonance is in the field of the vibration. And what is discovered recently, that the cells of the body sounds, and also the dance in silence sounds for itself. So the last thing is that dance is the art for me of a resonance of life. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Also for the experience we had, I feel a little bit like renovated from your exercise, so I feel better. Now it's the time of Leonella Grasso Caprioli. Leonella is a tenured professor of theory and technique of performing arts at the Brescia Conservatoire. With over 2 decades of collaboration with the Department of Cultural Heritage at Padua University, she served as a contact researcher and now teaches music communication in the MA program for performing arts. Between 2018 and 2020, she was appointed consultant to the Bureau of the Vice Minister of the University and Research, Lorenzo Fioramonti, later serving as advisor to the Minister for the Italian Higher Arts and Music Education sector, AFAM. Her involvement has been pivotal in shaping policies for arts, education, and fostering innovation within the field. Grasso Caprioli has been president of RAMI, Association for Musical Artistic Research in Italy, since its foundation in 2014, demonstrating her leadership in advancing artistic research nationwide. She's also a former working group member of EPARM, European Platform of Artistic Research in Music, contributed to the international discourse on music and research. Currently, she coordinates the 40th cycle of the AFAM doctorate in performing disciplines, arts, science, and technologies, a program jointly offered by the Brescia Conservatoire and the National Academy of Dance in Rome. Her extensive academic and administrative contribution underscore her dedication to bridging artistic research, education, and institution development, shaping a vibrant and progressive future for the performing arts. Oof, long. Okay, now Leonella will discuss in her speech the challenging of moving artistic research in the AFAM system. Is that correct? You will do that?
Yes, I make a focus on Italian system of
Exactly.
relation.
So you will open the discourse on that, and you will introduce us also. I will need more than others maybe to understand how it works, the AFAM system, how the artistic research can interact, and also the international system, how it works. So I leave you the space, the stage.
So I thank you very much, the organizers, for the invitation, but so it's better. Thank you. But above all, also the speakers of this chair, because we were not coordinated before, but in some way, all the intervention, I think, that support me in a very reflection on here, institutionalized artistic research. I would like to contribute outlining the general context in which a discussion on the internationalization of the higher education system in the arts is placed today in relation to the development of artistic research. My intention is to provide you with some background perspective that may encourage reflections on the growing potential of the, so to speak, institutionalized artistic research and the actual interconnection with the driven to internationalization of the higher education. The concept of artistic research, its practices, and its epistemological advancement are expressed in the field of performing arts in a very particular sense. Artistic research places the artist at the center of an exploratory process on his/her own means, languages, narratives, objectives, and ways of transmissions and communication. In this sense, the musicians' fields of investigation touch on very different areas, as many as there are fields of the performative act in relation to the reactualization of the repertoire and the production of new creations. But beyond this, the sphere of the possibilities of artistic research in music is expanding to include basically the notions of creativity in making, in thinking music, embodied memory as a critical and cultural feature on musical knowledge, invention and originality versus musical style, tacit knowledge and ways of copying, replicating, imitating music. Music in combination with the new technologies, with the hard or human sciences, and much more than this. All this through acts aimed at intensifying the reflective mechanism that questions what is old and new, here and elsewhere, familiar and unknown, as typical categories belonging to the musician's common behavior in his artistic and critical development. The work done so far on artistic research in the performing arts by institutions is remarkable, with the full venturesome personality and intrinsic motivation, as Professor Robert Sternberg would certainly also recognize. We can count on years of experimentations in this sense at international level, especially focused on PhDs, conceived from an artistic point of view, aiming to reconfigure the cultural profile of the future performer through research commitment. Now, a preliminary remark is necessary. I hope that my No, thank you. For the moment, I don't need, thank you very much. A preliminary remark is necessary. I hope that my discourse on how the internationalization policy intertwines with the development of artistic research in the institutional context, formulated on the basis of an analysis of a coherent data, doesn't appear today obsolete, given the rapidly evolving times from a geopolitical and cultural strategy point of view, as you all can see around us. To be quite frank, not to mention the novel attacks against the independence of universities and research, the unexpected and very worrying cuts that the higher education systems are facing today in a transnational way, and which have a particular impact on research and development, go against the trend of European strategies that are still informed by the post-COVID choice to give a great economic boost to the internationalization of national systems. This pertains to the Erasmus Plus present program, but I believe that our discussion today should aim to support, for the future too, the traces inside it as regards new humanism, universalism, and European ethos. Presently, if we follow the investments, the money, where they are lacking in an alarming domino effect at a local level, they are, however, still taking place on a European scale in Erasmus Plus goals, with the aim of supporting international exchanges. Then, first of all, I would like to make a brief reference to the change in the European strategy represented by the Erasmus Plus program, which has resulted in a significant twofold increase in the funds invested in the 2021-2027 program. Financially speaking, in the midst of the pandemic, the European Commission reacted with a significant increase in funding to give more support to the internationalization policies of the European higher education area. This increase was almost 200% of the funds allocated to the new program, from 14.7 million euros in the previous 6-year period to the current 28.4 billion euros planned until 2027. To the past, there has also been a significant change in the objectives of Erasmus+, which, as you know, concerns not only individuals and their mobility, but also the work of institutions, and in particular, the building of networks of institutions with the aim of promoting transnational cooperation in an always more structured manner. In the Commission's report, prodromic to the new Erasmus Plus concept, it is stated that the internationalization of higher education now means not only, I quote, the process of integrating an international, intercultural, or global dimension into the purpose, functions, or offer of post-secondary education, but it has also become, I quote again, a tool rather than an end in itself for improving the quality of teaching, research, and the service role of a higher education to society. The tenor of this declaration clearly shows the shift in focus from a mere mobility to a radical redefinition of the sector, for which internationalization is seen as a strategic tool for the development, improvement, and renewal of the entire complex of institutional missions. The main objectives of this new program, as you certainly remember, are 1, social inclusion, 2, ecological and digital transition, and 3, promotion of democracy. Given these premises, I would like now to share with you some thoughts on the issues that are crucial for the post-Bologna process, a higher education sector, and that was also forcefully reiterated, for example, in the recent Rome communique, namely the issue of social impact. Social impact, a fundamental of research, a fundamental also for artistic research. I recall in this regard what was quoted earlier from the report on which the European Commission founded the new Erasmus+, in particular with respect to the consideration of the internationalization as a tool rather than an end in itself for improving the quality of the system. As we know, over the last 2 decades, the higher education sector in the arts has endeavored to develop innovative research actions internally, launching the artistic doctorates in many of the reforming countries. Very recently, Italy too has officially embarked on this path finally, albeit with delay. Within this framework, the aim of my speech is to highlight the importance of also focusing on the third mission of a higher education, linking it fully to the internationalization agenda in the same way as the other pillars of teaching and research, which should be considered as closely interconnected in the action of higher education. What makes the definition of artistic research still rather chaotic after a good 20 years of debate is, in my opinion, the overlapping of meaning and terminology. Terminology that is neither unstable nor necessarily communicable between research in the arts and the artistic production, especially in the performing arts where professionals are defined on the basis of a demanding and distinguished personal involvement in the practice. In particular, with regard to the question of where practice fits in between these two things, not to mention the concept of a creativity in postmodern terms, which nevertheless resides as an essential element in both perspectives. In this problematic context, the third mission, at least in Italy, is understood quite horizontally as artistic production, with a local impact. Something that conservators know how to do very well, effortlessly, so to speak, because giving concepts is rooted in their history. Unlike artistic research, which is an approach sometimes perceived as a changement in approach, and therefore difficult, imposed too much from is top-down perceived, and therefore still looking for interested actors in the highly qualified field of artistic people who study and teach in institutions. But let's go back to the role and functions of the European higher education. Elspeth Jones writes that there is an urgent need to align internationalization and higher education institutions' social responsibility agendas through the construct of internationalization of higher education for society. The service of a third mission of higher education institution to contribute to the social, economic, and cultural development of communities has long been a core function of higher education system, alongside teaching and research. One certainly can't fail to notice a coincidence of keywords. The impact on society is indeed one of the requirements for research to be supported and recognized. Artistic research cannot withdraw from this fundamental commitment, which is inspired by a sense of a community, well-being, and civilization. However, all this, the service mission, the third mission, is often disconnected from the internationalization agenda. Service to society is rarely the focus of internationalization strategy, and the third mission is predominantly domestically oriented. So let's consider how university, academies, and music conservatoires could, in today's fragmented and fragile world, amplify their contribution to society and to the global common good, implementing their global social responsibility through what they do best, doing it in a more integrated and lucid way, teaching, research, artistic production with the aim of contributing to a cultural dialogue that could serve also the means of diplomacy. I would like to conclude by presenting, with regard to the issue of the third mission, the reference to the quadruple helix development model for innovation as something that should concern us closely when we want to address in a truly structural manner for the system the challenges of a radical renewal that opens us to greater responsibility for social impact. A quadruple helix collaboration is a form of collaboration in research and development, R&D, an acronym usually considered strongly hostile to artistic research between the four major sectors of society. The quadruple helix model of innovation recognizes four major actors in the innovation system: science, policy, industry, and society. In keeping with this model, more and more governments are prioritizing greater public involvement in innovation processes. In our context, that means arts, policy, creative industry, and the public. What it looks to be required is a new collaborative model inspired, perhaps, by quadruple helix models, in which institutions, enterprises, research, and civil society are involved in a participatory manner. The instrument of the third mission can lead us in this direction if defined within our institution as an indispensable pillar informed by research, artistic research, and projected towards a dimension of international cooperation. In our opinion, in your opinion, not in our opinion, in your opinion, what measure does this general of arguments also concern artistic research in the performing arts, which by definition are public-oriented? Music in particular, and more specifically, the use, consume we made of it. Music occupies a pervasive, if not toxic, and often very compelling position in the context of contemporary social interactions. And if this is the case, I mean, if we agree that this concerns us, how can we respond to the challenge of being incisive as artistic researchers in the evolving flow of the world around us? In my opinion, this is a question that artistic research can and must answer as a priority, especially that artistic research which takes place within the perimeters of institutions, far from the market, but not far from geopolitics, unfortunately, where there is a real space to expand artistic research if we want it. And the very risk is only that of excessive academization. Perhaps it is time for the artistic research in performing disciplines, in Italy for sure, to take a next step in a more systematic way, that from within its own domain, that from reflection on its own critical and practical queries, going more purposefully out of the blue and bringing itself to an advanced, inspiring cross-disciplinary research, but intentionally adopting a more intersectoral approach. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Leonella. I think you will the last person to speak for last. I mean, you just enclosed all. No, because you enclosed everything, and maybe the bureaucracy at the beginning was. We needed to. but we need it because your intervention was very across all the disciplines, because it was about the system of arts. And now we open to questions. So to people who want to participate, to you. But in the meantime, I have some question for you. So actually for each of you. And for Samuel first, I have a provocation maybe. And you were speaking about arts and science. And I had this quote that sometimes science in art can be considered, when we think in a perspective of artistic research, a sort of horse of Troy to be accepted as being artistic research. I mean, using science is a way to consider artistic research as a research. What do you think about that? It's a provocation.
Yeah. When we speak about sciences, maybe we have to precise what kind of sciences, because of course, humanities, engineering, art sciences, experimental sciences. So on my point of view, the exchange that we can have with the other discipline, so sciences in general, it's in that case, it's for the practical cooperation. So to avoid, to play a kind of difficult game between the. So today we can see that there is two things. The first is there is a strong question for the sciences in general about the social impact. We know that at the European scale, at the worldwide scale, the question is now how can we address the result, or not just the result, but the knowledge created by sciences to the society at large. And the problem with that, it's they don't know what kind of shape they can use to do so. There is a real shape question. And I think we can cooperate with that. So of course, this is a possibility to be used by the science to make something to respond to this expectation. But I think there is room to make something together, and it's why I push about this new conception about how make things public, to take the expression coming from the So there is one part on that, and the other thing is before that, how can we find a field to really cooperate, giving a sensitive approach to sciences, even for the humanities. We know there is a lot of discussion with the anthropology, sociology about the sensitive dimension of the research, and so this is very qualitative science, so no problem. But even for the quantitative approach, in the experimental situation, we can share. We can share our practice. I know this is something more difficult, but one on my point of view, one of the things I can see today, it's the fact that we can have exchange through the very practical situation. So I mean, we can exchange with experimental sciences and include in that engineering, because very often when they experiment, they don't know exactly to do what, to produce what, and why. And I think art are very focus on what kind of result we can produce and why we why we experiment in that way. And I think we can find a way to work together to cooperate at this place.
Okay, and any other question? Domenico, you had? Someone told me you had a question.
Possible to make a question to Akram?
Is it? Akram, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Oh, okay, yeah. Akram, do you, I think you hear me?
Yes,
I just wanted, since we asked you to close, to wrap up very quickly, if you can say something about your more recent work. Yeah, just in order to close the conversation in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. The itinerary that I was explaining, my relationship to photography, started from data inside photographs, which I had researched to write a kind of history for photography. And then I could not but include it in my own work. And over 20 years, I realized that the Arab Image Foundation, which when we created it, we wanted to build a center, a real center for photography, in other terms, a museum, a space. And with time, we realized that this is exactly what we do not want to do. And we want the artworks that we produce to communicate our research as opposed to an exhibition space communicating research. And this is how I'm still wrapping up my my 5-year research, which happened from 1997 to 2002. 2002 is the last time when I did research for photographs, like a real field work. And I'm still not done narrating it in art form. So this is what I was trying to say. And also I was trying to say there is no, everything can be a subject of a work of art. There is no, I mean, we have all seen Arte Povera. We have all seen, like, give me anything I can produce an art piece with. Anything, dust. When you have the possibility to approach anything with a serious, curious eye, then you can produce an artwork with. And I was, of course, trying to speak through Paul Valéry, but also reverse his ideas. Yeah, thanks.
Since you are there, Akram, I have a question for you. I realize that temporality is a key point of your work, but also archiving as a sort of performance. Do you agree with this statement?
Temporality in work, I cannot react to. I mean, you need to tell me more what you mean and where you see it. As opposed to archiving, we all archive things within us at our home, and we decide if we want to keep doing this at work or not. Of course, I do have at home an archive for me, things that I collect, but my work is not an archive. My work is a reflection with a very clear position on things that surround me that I could have picked from my personal archive. Yes. The why I'm resisting archive, because the moment you say this is an archive, that means subscribing it to a form of archiving, which I try to resist, because come to think of it, if I were a painter, I would have researched the material of painting. I would have maybe made my own pigments, which would necessitate a lot of research, necessitated throughout the ages, a lot of research by artists. And then you transition it. Contemporary artists or contemporary painters would go and buy a ready-made paint without needing to research, but maybe they research the forms that they are. So the idea of research is extremely anchored to art since prehistory also. When you test things, you are researching. And they were maybe more performative than today's research. The moment today you say research to a student, they would think library. And I try to avoid researching in libraries. I call my research fieldwork, because this is how I connect to people. This is how I collect stories. This is how I collect maps and trying to figure out where is something located. So it is research / fieldwork. Temporality, I did not really understand how, but if you want, I could elaborate if you explain.
Any other questions? Okay.
Hello, hi. Thank you. I came here from Turin. I'm a PhD student. I don't know how many PhD students are here today listening to this. There were, okay. Because I found those panels very interesting. Actually, just to say something, this is the first year in which academies have PhDs in contemporary art fields. And for us, even for the students, it's the first time that there is the possibility to even do art within this institution, which is an art institution for sure, but it is even an educational institution. So I want to just share with you what is my struggle right now in methodologies. Because I feel that at the end of the day, when I talk about my practice, I always related my research. It's more like a portfolio review. It's not something that really fits into the methodological path within the university. And actually, I feel this. I heard the same thing by listening to your research. Like obviously we have a short time to express our research, so it seems to be at one end like a portfolio review, at the other end like structural condition within the university. So how to manage the situation, even for the situation in which we are, like this is the first time in Italy that we have to afford kind of education. Thank you.
Thanks. Right?
I'm just talking from my experience, and I think you're saying, in a sense, how does art survive within an institutional research structure? Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And we had this conversation earlier, didn't we? Or slightly, we were saying, do you survive? Or, it was like that. It was quite, so yeah, there is an issue there. And I think that every person engaging with research, creative person engaging with research within those structures will react differently. Okay, so in my case, constraints sometimes are productive of reactions in my as a person. I'm like that. So I would kind of find survival mechanisms, which are very creative for me. I mean, that's what happens in life. And so it sort of functioned in that way. However, in the process, so when I did my PhD, it was the very beginning of PhDs in that country. So I was able to really sort of test out stuff. There wasn't a set route, so I could actually try out things as I wanted, and I was able to do it. But then later on, I worked as a professional artist outside of academia, and I kept on going in and out because I would find it maybe difficult at times to completely fit within academia because of those structures. So what happened then is I adopted strategies to be able to also resist some of these issues. And I'm working within to actually, so the REF process is like a government managed one, right? So if you work from within, you can actually set your mark. So you're saying, I'm a creative person, I find these really frustrating, and you can propose changes to the actual structure. So when you get to that point, then it's really satisfying, right? But I guess you need to find ways around it, and it doesn't happen like that. It happens through experiencing the context and being true to yourself as a creative person. So when you say, well, that's enough, you get out and then you think about it, and maybe there are ways in which you feel, okay, I can work in this way for me. And then you so I'm saying it's not easy. That's what I'm saying. All right.
Actually, we are in Italy, and sometimes the structure is. Okay, I'm an artist, so I know how the relationship with institutions in general could be struggling. But we are even in Italy, where the structure, even within the contract, I signed up with the Ministry of Culture in Italy for the PhDs, is strict, that I cannot even move outside the university, because everything I do, I have a full-time contract within the academy. So it seems very even difficult to propose something that goes outside and even working within the university at the same time, living this struggle, and maybe there's just because I think there's a kind of there will be at the end of my research, or in general, two kind of outputs. Like one output that feels for the university or for the academic, for the academy, and one output that is for my artistic research, which is the struggle.
Can I say something? Okay. No, first of all, I didn't understand the fact that you say that you cannot do anything outside academia because you sign a contract. You mean as a worker or as artist? Yeah, but there is a sort, I mean, in Milan. Yeah, exactly. There is it's not so strict. So as a Sì, sì. Yeah, I think we can also continue the conversation later, but yeah, want to say something? Want to say something?
Tell you something. This is an space of freedom, you know. You are paid to take risk. This is exactly, you know, to be a researcher, this is the situation, and it's why it is important to have a good status. It's because more you are sure to be paid at the end of the month, more you need to take risk. And, you know, with the art market, I'm not sure that it is a space of freedom like that.
That's a good reply. Okay, someone else, some other question?
Yeah. I'm gonna be super short. I just wanted to ask, because you said that movement is an intentional act, which I understand. And then we went on and we also said, you know, we see people around and they are walking, and I just saw dance there. No, we were asking ourselves about that. I know it's a mystery. There is no, I believe there is not really an answer, and that's why I just wanted to know your idea about it. Like because it's an intentional act, but at the same time we see it even when there is no intention. I don't know if it's clear.
Yeah, because it's a very subtle line. And the other question is when movement become dance. Because movement is everywhere. Everything moves. All the elements in the world moves. Living or not, in a certain way, movement is everywhere. And yes, I use this word intentional because this is the line. I can see something that is not conscious. A rhythm, everybody has a kind of a rhythm print. It's like a fingerprint. When we walk, when we stay still, something is moving, and it's a kind of pattern, but it's not dance in the right use of this term. And I recognize a dance when the person is conscious and is doing his dance, her dance, being really conscious and present in this activity. And it's not something that is made to show. It's not necessary. I saw a lot of children dancing for themselves, and they are beautiful, incredibly. But it's the intention to dance, to stay in this rhythm, in this quality of life, and not in a shape or in something that I do, but I'm thinking to something different. It's this, and it's a quality of being. I'm here, I'm now here, and I'm dancing. And this is the difference for me. Thank you for the question.
Thanks a lot to everyone for the generosity of their contribution. And they are throwing us out, so we should go and maybe we can continue another time. Thanks a lot.